first presenter is still cold. Okay. 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 I will tell the committee first, yeah?
Check.
Yes, you can start from the second verse, and the first one can put all the back.
Check. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will start the session 7 with the title Zoo Design and Enrichment. To guide this session, please welcome Dr. Fisit Arsai Tamkul. Please give applause. Dr. Fisit is the Deputy Chair of Seaza Welfare and Ethics Committee. Dr. Fisit Arsai Tamkul, the time is yours.
Thank you. So, good afternoon. Welcome back to the session 7. That would be the last. So, this session we have a 6 speaker. I think that the first topic speaker, he have to do some business and we right back. So, we put on the second topic for this session. So, this session is the session for about the zoo design and enrichment. So we would like to invite Miss Natasha Riena, yes, from Singapore. Topic about the pilot investigation into enhancing food presentation in feed fry, aviary, and back of house facility. Go.
Keeper under animal care for Singapore Zoo, and my topic will be on a pilot investigation regarding enhancing the food presentation in free flight aviaries. Okay, so just a summary of my presentation. I will be talking about the definition of contra freeloading, why contra freeloading is important, our study that we ran, our findings, as well as how we can improve moving forward. So just before I start my presentation, I would like to ask a simple question, and all I need is a show of hands. So before that, I will explain my pictures. So option A is a picture of food placed in a metal bowl out in the open versus option B, where food is placed in an enrichment device. So between the two, which of the food plate do you think an animal would go for? So can I see a show of hands for option A? Okay, interesting. How about option B? Oh, actually, I'm surprised. Actually, they will go for option B. They are more interested in working for their food, and I will explain why in my slides. So what is contra freeloading? So Osborne defined contra freeloading as animals making an operant response for food in the presence of identical freely accessible food. So in simpler terms, contra freeloading is how animals will still work for their food even though there is freely accessible food. And in my study, animals would rather get food from an enrichment device rather directly from a plate. So why is contra freeloading important? So to better understand the importance of contra freeloading, we must first understand what is enrichment. So the root word of enrichment is enrich. So the definition of enrich is to enhance the quality of something. Thus, enrichment is the action of enhancing the quality of said thing. So in our case, we are doing so by using enrichment devices. So the behaviors of animals act as an indicator of their psychological and physical well-being. So imagine an environment that lacks enrichment. So what we perceive as an enrichment space, living space, and way of life may not actually be so for the animals. So this leads to behavioral needs not being fulfilled. So this causes a display of stereotypical behaviors, and when not managed or mitigated, this will thus affect their mental well-being. So milder forms of negative behavior can lead to harmful effects. For example, in birds. So over-grooming in birds can actually lead to severe and painful feather plucking. So at Mandai, part of how we ensure we are actively providing a holistic and systematic approach to our animal behavioral management is through our behavioral management framework. So this framework encompasses three main components, which are enrichment, training, and problem solving. So for our study, we will be focusing on enrichment and problem solving. So with that in mind, we have decided to do a pilot study to investigate methods that we can use to enhance how food is presented to our animals in the aviary. So just a little bit of background of our aviary. So this study took place in the Fragile Forest, which is a 20,000 meter cube free flight mixed taxon aviary, which consists of over 100 individuals, over 28 species. So these species include the white-faced saki monkey, the ring-tailed lemurs, and our two-toed sloths. So returning to my point of environmental enrichment and how we perceive it, it may seem that animals living in large naturalistic aviaries such as fragile forests actually already receive ample enrichment from their environment. So when you talk about environment, we hope to provide them with environmental opportunities, behavioral opportunities, as well as social opportunities to create a holistic environment centered around behavioral management so that they can fully express their natural behaviors. So one aspect that is lacking is how animals retrieve their food. So oftentimes, the food presentation is the most simplistic and rudimentary component of the enclosure. So currently, this is how we, and I believe many zoos are actually feeding their animals. So food is offered on a metal plate and placed at specific points. So ours, we place them on a metal plate at specific points all around the aviary. And we would like to transition to a more tactile form of feeding. So this video that I will be playing shows one of our saki monkeys engaging with an enrichment device that is filled with her daily feed. Oh. Okay, it's so cute, but I hope you can get an idea. So we chose to conduct our study in the aviary to investigate how contra-free loading is being used and manipulated in an already complex environment with different interactive elements such as trees. So some subjects include the white-faced saki monkey, our lesser mouse deer, our ring-tailed lemur, our common crowned pigeon, as well as spotted whistling duck. So for methods and materials, our study took over 6 weeks. And we used point sampling. So we also installed camera traps where each recorded session was about 3 hours long, and the enrichment devices were placed at 4 main feeding points. So the materials that we used include 4 metal plates, 4 enrichment devices that were made of different materials such as plastic and wood, as well as about 4 kg of food with equal amounts on each plate and or enrichment device. So that's about 500 grams of food. Okay, so in our study, we used 4 different designs for our enrichment devices to study which of these designs would the animals be more receptive towards. So our intention is to determine which build will be more suitable in a mixed species setting, where then we are able to streamline the more preferred design among them. And with these designs, we plan to encourage specific natural behavioral goals. So for the first behavioral goal, we want to encourage foraging through a small hole with partial visibility of the food item. So this is to simulate action of digging from tree hollows. So as you can see, the top right, this is our first enrichment device, is a wooden box with holes, while the bottom right is a long canister hung from a height with holes at both ends. Okay. And the second behavioral goal is to encourage the behavior of foraging berries in the trees in the wild, which requires a shaking and pulling motion. So for the top right, we have a plastic ball with holes, while the bottom right is a netted basket, a see-through netted basket hung from a height as well. So now let's move on to our findings. So these 4 pie charts that you will see here, and I will show, shows the percentages of the species that interacted with each device. Once again, our devices are the ball device, basket device, the pipe device, as well as the box device. So in one glance, we can actually see that there is one species that continuously interacted with all our devices, and that was the lesser mouse deers. So out of the total interaction, the lesser mouse deers actually made up the majority of the interactions, but we have to take into account that population-wise, the lesser mouse deers has the highest species count as well in our aviary. So now for the percentage of interactions per taxa, so between primate avians and our mouse deers, the primate interaction was only 3%, and only one species of primate interacted with the devices, and that was the lemurs. So why is that so? The upper canopy layer of the aviary might have better complexity than the ground layers. So primates are also known as arboreal animals. So they would like to forage more up in the trees, and the devices did not allow them to do so because, as you saw, they were hung from a low height or just above the ground. Okay. So looking at the trends in interactions further, we'll be focusing on the basket device for this. The initial reception was low, with only lesser mouse deers interacting with them. However, by week 4, interactions from other animals started to increase, while the interactions from the mouses actually started to decrease. And this may be due to the familiarity of the lesser mouse deers that they were experiencing with the device. So these allowed other species to come forward and interact with them instead. Okay, so for our behavioral findings, it was actually not what we expected. So majority of the interaction was mostly investigation and not active foraging. So although curious of the device, low instance of active consumption was actually observed. So this is a picture from one of our camera traps. You can actually see our crown pigeon, our common crown pigeon, actually just poking at the food items and not actually actively foraging and taking out those food items to consume. So for recommendations, how can we improve? So here are some areas that we can further improve on when we conduct our next round of studies on this topic. So why are some of our animals not interested? So possibly the devices may have been too hard, or there were no great variability in food presentation. So animals have already learned what was inside of the devices and interacting with them only a few times. So the enrichment devices actually lost their novelty factor. And secondly, how could we better integrate the individuals and group behaviors of all the species in the aviary in using the devices? So in the future, we would like to fulfill the needs of all of the species and how we can further improve the designs that allow for optimal interactions from everyone. So currently, our enrichment devices actually do not encourage foraging from everyone, but only specific species. So interactions in different environments, so we can explore back-of-house facilities, enclosures with limited spaces, and even single species groups. And also lastly, the ease of usage. So the devices were quite time-consuming to put together and clean, so that affected the sustainability of including these devices as part of our everyday feeding routine. Also, a question of how clean and hygienic they were had to be taken into consideration, considering some of the materials that they were made of, such as wood. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Natasha, for a really nice presentation. For the next topic, we would like to invite Mr. Andy Kunyawan. Yes, in the topic of the developing of a holistic framework for the enhancing animal visibility in the nocturnal zoo. Please.
Morning, everyone. So my name is Ade. I'm an animal care officer from Mandai Wildlife Group, and I'm here to share about the framework for improving animal visibility. So let's wait for the slides to come up. There you go. So I'm going to be just sharing why AV is important, or animal visibility is important, the steps behind the framework, several case studies to demonstrate the framework in action, and then lastly, how animal visibility is connected to guest experience. All right, so why is animal visibility important? To put it simply, we're all from zoos. and people come to our zoos to see animals, right? But unlike museums with static displays, we have live animals that move around, they have preferences, and this can affect visibility, and there sometimes can be infrastructural issues as well. And then for nocturnal zoos, it's the lack of lighting, right? Raise your hand if you have any animals in your zoos that are a bit more difficult to see. Anyone? Yeah? What are they, like big animals, small animals, or combination? Yeah? It could be a combination, so we'll cover that later, yeah? So not seeing our animals can have an effect on our guest experience, and for zoos to do the good work that we do, whether it's conservation or education, we need to be commercially viable, correct? So this means that our guests needs to be happy with the zoo experience, but also to come and continue and patronize our respective zoos. Yeah? So Night Safari is one of 4 parks managed by Mandai Wildlife Group, and because it operates strictly at night, it can be hard for guests to see animals. And for us managing the parks, we want to create this kind of feel, right, to the park, kind of aesthetics, but at the same time, we don't want to deny our guests the ability to see our animals. So we adopted a framework, or adapted a framework from Disney Animal Kingdom, and then we modified the thing to our needs. Just a bit of context, we created this during the COVID situation. So when our borders were closed, right, we had mostly local guests. And we can all agree it was a very stressful time for everyone. So we also expected them to have slightly higher expectations. You know, they couldn't travel outwards and they couldn't see a lot of things. So when they came to our parks, we felt that they'd probably be a bit more stressed than usual, right? So the framework is made up of a few steps. The first step, imagine yourself at a given exhibit. Just imagine you are at your own exhibit. And then the first step is to see how visible the animals are at each exhibit, because without good data, you cannot move forward and address potential issues, right? And then the next step is to determine whether the exhibits pass or fail, and then which exhibits needs to be prioritized for further action. The third step is to, sometimes you might need to investigate further as to why the animal is not visible, right? And then the fourth and fifth step is to basically we synthesize all the data that you have, and then you develop the right kind of solution. And then lastly, you want to implement the solution and then reassess your visibility. So one of the key things that we did differently was we incorporated the design thinking philosophy. Anyone familiar with or not familiar with design thinking? Not familiar. So everyone's familiar. Oh, wow. Okay. But anyway, it's a user-centric way of solving stuff. The key word here, the operative word here is user. And our user is the guest, right? The zoo guest is our user. And given that we want to improve guest experience, it's important to understand how they experience the park and then find solutions that work for them, not just for you, but for them. Yeah? So otherwise, you'll be designing something that's not appreciated by them or not used by them. So for example, you design this path, or you design your exhibit this way, and then they want to do it this way. Yeah. So how do we incorporate design thinking? So we involve guests in the many steps in our processes. So for example, we got them to collect animal visibility data. We got them to, or rather we surveyed them. And then also we did a guest journey map. A guest journey map basically maps their entire experience from the time they buy the tickets all the way till the time they end the trip. So at each point, right, they can be high in emotion or low, because depending on different experiences, it could be a bad experience, good experience. Yeah. So this is a good little tool, you know, for all zoos to try. Yeah. But I'm not going to cover too much on this. So as I mentioned, the next step, the first step rather, is to collect animal visibility data. So we collected the data as robust as possible. We recorded 3 different activities or categories: active, inactive, and not visible, right? And then the key thing here is that we involve untrained observers, not the keepers alone, but also our guests and other untrained observers. After that, we basically, whether we pass or fail, so we use this criteria of less than 75%, 3 weeks out of 4 weeks. If it fails, the exhibit fails, 3 weeks out of 4 weeks, below 75%, that's a failure for us. And then after that, we work on how you want to prioritize them, because there might be many exhibits, so you got to prioritize them. So one of it is charismatic animals and iconic animals will be prioritized. And then if it involves geriatric animals, we should still make preparations in the event that they don't display well in the later years. Yeah? And then with that animal visibility data in hand, you basically get a baseline score of all the individual exhibits, right? And then you can identify which exhibits are more difficult for untrained observers. So take a look at the fishing cat here. Yeah? For the trained observers, it's 85%, but for the untrained or the naive observer, it's 80%. So this kind of trend you will see when you have both trained and untrained. And then also if you do it by hour, you get to see the behavioral or activity trends over the hour. And this is important because it gives you clues as to why they're not visible at particular times. So for example, look at the aardvark. It's practically not visible for the first hour. So by the way, we operate from 7 p.m. all the way to 12 midnight. So this is from 7 to 8, 8 to 9, and 9 to 10. So she is basically sleeping all the way, and then until maybe 8 to 9, then she starts waking up or becomes more visible. So by combining the data, you can create a dashboard to monitor how your park is doing. So this is more like at a higher level. So this gives you an idea where to focus on. So in our example here, the East Lodge Trail here, it's sort of lower than the others. So this is September 21, right? This East Lodge Trail. It's not doing as well as the others. And this gives you a rough idea where you want to focus your resources on. Yeah? But ultimately, animal visibility is at the exhibit level, right? So you got to be at the granular level. And in our case, we had animals that were a combination of large and small animals. And this is just a small portion. You know, I'm not going to show you everything. You can even have rhinos, a large animal. But at the same time, you have small animals like otters, fishing cats, kinkajou, pangolin. So further investigation is required to see the cause of the low animal visibility. And the actions can include things like doing activity budget, space use, looking at your own practices, like what time do you feed, looking at the exhibit itself and other infrastructure and even horticultural stuff, yeah. And then also you want to shadow guests because you want to know how guests experience your exhibit, yeah. So I gave you the example of the rhino, right? So why was the rhino difficult to see? Yeah, it's so big, yeah. But from the tram route, the exhibit looks quite narrow, right? And then it can be challenging to see them because also you have a short window because there's a tram ride, right? But from the trail, you get to see a wider view of the exhibit, a more landscape view, and then you have all the time to see the animals. So actually it's easier to see on the trail, and that's what we want actually. We want people to go to the trail. But on the tram route, people might have this perception, oh, we can't see the rhinos, you know? So we want people to actually go to both the trail and the tram. So there are many solutions, like I said, that affect visibility, and you have to employ different kinds of solution. Behavioral management, by now you've heard from my colleagues, Natasha and Yanti previously. These enrichment, they don't only increase activity, but they can increase visibility as well. And then other solutions include things like light management, obviously for night safari, yeah? Exhibit modification, management of collection, like you want to do time sharing and things like that. Guest engagement, like I'll talk about this later on, and then digital innovation. So this is something that I'm trying out right now. I'm using thermal IR to enhance the visibility from the guest side, not so much like trying to get the animals to be more active. Yeah. So let me share some case studies to illustrate my points. So this is the giant flying squirrel exhibit, or former giant flying squirrel exhibit. The animal visibility at this walk-through exhibit, remember this is a walk-through exhibit, has been dropping over the years because the declining population and at the same time the nature of the species, they're very shy animal. Behavior management was one of the first things we explored, but to no success. And then we eventually explored the substitution of species. Given the nature of the exhibit, it's really big, tall and full of trees, we needed a species that would be very active but safe for the guests. Remember, it's a walk-through exhibit. So we didn't want to make so much drastic changes to keep the cost low. So we chose the common palm civet over here. Sorry, this is a small tooth, yeah? And a common palm and a small tooth. So this is how it looks like. Sorry, it's buffering really bad. But so basically, if you go through, you might see civets going along the vines and stuff. The video doesn't do justice, really. But never mind. So we reassess the visibility, and then both species displayed well, and by observing our guests, we also get a sense that they appreciate the exhibit. My colleague Najila will share more about this exhibit later. Oh my God, 3 minutes already. Okay, I'm gonna speed through some of the things. So we had the aardvark as well. So again, we said she was a very sleepy animal. We tried different things, behavioral management, exhibit modification. Not very promising, promising, but still we need to do more work. We added scopes, owls as well, so that at least you see something, right? In the event you don't see the aardvark. We had the sloth bear, and they're really blank, yeah. We tried different things as well, but not conclusive. But the whole point here is that it's an iterative process. You got to keep going at it, yeah. So we also explored how can we change our guest behavior. You know, a park visit shouldn't be passive. They just go through and hope to see everything, right? So they need to be more involved. So we made an assumption that if we give guests more information beforehand, they might see more animals. But it was not conclusive. But nevertheless, just engaging them, they felt that they saw more animals. And you can see all these comments from our guests, from our members. Meaning that there might be ways to increase guest behavior so that they get their own experience, or they get to curate their own experience. Yeah? So like I said earlier, we wanted to connect animal visibility and guest satisfaction. So what is the threshold and all that? So we did surveys. The key question here is number 3, satisfaction with our trail and tram experience. That's our main features for night safari. So by combining the animal visibility data, by the way, these are guests that collected animal visibility data. We also surveyed them. So it's qualitative and quantitative data. So we combined them, and what we found was both perceived visibility and actual visibility affected satisfaction. What does that mean? So if you look at the tram exhibit, you had people who were low animal visibility, 60 to 68, quite low, right? Relatively low. But then you had people who had even 96%, so they practically saw everything, but they're still unhappy, you know? So that means, oops, sorry. So that means you can't satisfy everyone. Yeah, so that shows that perceived and actual animal visibility affected guest satisfaction, yeah? There are also other things like they didn't see their favorite animals, for example. That might have affected their experience as well. Okay? Sorry for all that. You know. So we also found that visitors who had similar animal visibility data, but they were happy with their experience. Yeah? So this means that animal visibility is not the only factor for guest satisfaction, and the threshold varies from one guest to another. So what's the benchmark that I would set? Maybe 70 to 80% at this point in time. Yeah? And then getting guest satisfaction surveys and feedback and suggestions is something that we do regularly. And a good feedback system allows you to identify the pain points and opportunities. And this is you got to touch base with your guests, basically. Otherwise, you become out of touch, and then you don't know what's going on. Yeah. So in conclusion, we now have a way to identify, understand, and address animal visibility data issues in night safari. And I don't think it's just applicable to night safari or nocturnal zoos, but it's applicable to any zoo really. After all, it was first developed at Disney Animal Kingdom, which is a day zoo, right? And then design thinking has a place in zoos. Very seldom has it been applied, but when applied well, it can give you guest-centric solutions. And then lastly, I think animal visibility is a metric, or one metric that zoos should monitor, because guest satisfaction is important, after all, in order for our parks to remain commercially viable. And with that, I thank you for listening. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Adi, for a nice presentation and some exciting. So we would like to invite the next speaker, Najira Anifa, in the topic of improving guest experience in mixing species exhibit. Please.
Hello everyone, my name is Najila and I'm from Mandai. So I'm gonna talking about improving guest experience through mixed species exhibit, especially in night safari. So let's get started. Okay, so mixed species exhibit usually houses more than one species in an enclosure. And we can always see, most of the time we see birds, insects and aquatic animals in one habitat. And nowadays the trend is picking up in small mammals as well. And why mixed species exhibit are in trend? Well, because they provide interactive and dynamic experience for the animals and guests. The species interaction also act as an enrichment for the animals. And besides, the guests can learn through the interactions and enjoy the increased activity levels in the exhibit. For the next few slides, I'm going to show you some of the exhibit examples in the Singapore Zoo. So first we have Orang-Utan Island. So we have Sumatra Orang-Utan. We have Asian small claw otters, Asian arowana, and pileated gibbon. And next one is the aquatic example. So we have Philippine sailfin lizard, we have Vietnamese pond turtle, and rayfin fish all together. And the last one that Natasha mentioned earlier, the fragile forest. So among the species, we have lesser moss deer, we have two-toed sloth, and we have ring-tailed lemur and toko tucan. Okay, after this, I'm going to focus more on small carnivores, on how we develop the mixed species exhibit for the small carnivores. And I'm going to focus more on Viveridae and Felidae. So as we all know, they are territorial, they are solitary, we rarely see them in groups. Also, most of the time, they are carnivorous and some of them are omnivorous. So to create a mixed species exhibit, proper planning are needed so we can avoid any unwanted incidents. Okay, so two important criteria when creating a mixed species exhibit. First is the species selection, and the second one is the habitat modification. For the species selection, we need to know the species from which region. Are they from the same region or from the different region? And the behavior of individuals that we choose, whether they can get along together or not at all. And then the diet requirement for each individual. So some younger animals might need more food, those active might need also more food, and older animals might need lesser food. And then medical care, as the animal age, the geriatric need also changes as well. So we need to be attentive on these cases. And for the habitat modification, yeah, same as the species, so we need to know what kind of habitat the species need. And the space that they needed, the vertical, the horizontal space, how we're going to make use of the space we have for the animals. And the feeding station also depends on the numbers of the feeding station and the position of the feeding stations. And the last one is the furniture. So when we do an exhibit, we need furnitures. So the furnitures must accommodate to each species need. Okay, now I'm going to show you some examples in night safari. So I'm going to show two examples, glass fronted exhibit and walk through aviary. The first one is the binturong and mass palm civet exhibit. So currently we have 0.1 binturong and 0.2 mass palm civet. And the next one, I'm going to show small tooth civet, leopard cat and Sunda pangolin in one exhibit. And the last one is the latest addition in night safari, is the civet walkthrough. So we have small tooth civet and common palm civet. So total of the animals is there are 10 civet, 5 of each species in the walkthrough. Okay, so as you all noticed before, so they are all nocturnal and most of them are arboreal. So they are territorial as well and solitary. So we only have family groups of the civets. We never have any other individual mixed together. And then they also share the same food sources except for the pangolin. And one biggest challenge we face when we create the exhibits is the inter and intra-species aggression. So to counter this problem, we have three main solutions, and the first one is the furniture. Okay, I'm going to show you how the furniture help the mass palm civet escape. So when you do a lot of complex furniture, it buys time for the aggressor to reach the weaker animals. So it acts as obstacle, also has multiple escape routes for the civet as well. So she has the choice to run backward or she run forward. So it also help her to escape from the aggressor. And imagine if you put a stray lock, the binturong will straight away get to the civet and confirm we're going to get serious injury. And this is one of the most peaceful interaction I ever witnessed. So this is Sunda pangolin and leopard cat. So they both aware of each other's presence, but they have high tolerance level, so they never got into trouble so far. And the next solution we have is the shelter and safe space. So for the shelter and safe space, we notice this behavior in small two civet, the dominant accession. So when we mix the adult with the young one, the adult tend to bite the neck and try to mount the young one. But both are boys, so it's a bit weird. But then when we mix the boy with the girl, he never showed this behavior. So it's a dominant accession. So to counter this, we put a lot of next bosses in our aviary, in our exhibit and the dance. And you can see here all the young one grouped together. And when they are grouped together, they protect each other and didn't let the adult one to go inside. So eventually the adult have to go somewhere and join the other adults. Yeah. So it's a good work, so they can group together and protect themselves. And besides the civets, our pangolin also realized like to use the nest box. So instead of curling like a ball in the ground, he tend to climb to the den and sleep inside the nest box. Easily like that. And the last one is the feeding regime. So for the latest edition, the civet walkthrough, right? So the civets share the same food sources, so the competition is very high. And they were transferred from the smaller exhibit to a bigger, larger aviary. So the competition is damn high, so it's very high. So vocalizations and high activity level were observed at night. So after the vet advised us to use disinfectant and antibiotics to treat the wounds. Then we call our nutritionist Pohan. So with Pohan, we discussed and agreed to increase 10% each month, and then we observe. So up until 40%, the aggression level will go down. And currently, we have 0 case of wound and injuries from the animals. So it took about 3 months for them to settle down. So while feeding, we also incorporate the cooperative feeding, and the keeper also do the regular weight taking and physical checkup. So most of the small civet, we can touch them, we can check their pulse and everything. The common pump still taking some time to open up to the keepers. And this is the example like how they are currently coexisting together. So you can see the common pump civet and the small two civet, they can sit side by side, eating from the same pot, same feeding pot. So this is what we want. So if they are scared to go together, they have the option to go away somewhere else where they feel safe. So the proper amount of food and the position of the feeding station, the number of feeding station is really important when we have this kind of exhibit. Aside from the aggression challenges, we also have a few potential challenges that we might face. And the first one is the risk of disease transmission, especially nowadays during COVID time. So we have to follow the SOP that has been provided for us, so we can avoid this kind of problems. And the next one, the breeding or population sustainability might be affected, because we tend to separate the group into female and male. So when you try to mix the female and male bat, they might be not like each other anymore. So we have a problem with that. We might encounter that kind of problem as well. However, the benefit still overcome the challenges. So with mixed species exhibit, we simulate their natural habitats. In the wild, they also encounter other species. So this kind of exhibit provides the opportunity for them. It also enriching environments for the animals. And we have greater animal visibility, like Adi said before. So with mixed species exhibit, you can see more animals, and the guests can learn on the ecological niche for the animals as well. And the last one is the improving guest experience. So I'm gonna go into how we improve our guest experience with the exhibits. Okay, so this is how the zoo was perceived last time. Just a form of entertainment, and the animals all behind the cage. So nowadays we all modern exhibits. So we have glass fronted and walk-in aviary. So this kind of exhibit provide close-up view for the animals. And then when the keepers are around, keepers interaction sessions all, we can educate them on the animals. We can educate about the human-wildlife coexistence. And then we can also show them and guide them how to spot the animals. I'm going to touch on 3 points from the guest experience. First is the in the wild feel. So this is a civet walkthrough. As you can see, when the guest walked in, it's dark. So the lights all mimicking the moonlight. So the animals like to spend time on the trees and plants there. So they have to stand and look up instead of straight on the eye level. So this is how you feel when you go trekking or go animal spotting at night. And then the next one is a unique behavior. So this one we notice in our pangolin. And we all know that he is a... he's not playing. Okay, so we notice the pangolin like to dig. Yeah. Is it like this? Wait, I'm trying to figure out this. It's not playing. So the pangolin like to dig. It's a fossorial animal. However, at night, we realize he like to swim. So our pangolin always swim around in the exhibit. The stream are meant for leopard cat. I don't know why the video cannot play. So I can show you from my laptop if you want to see the swimming pangolin. Oh yeah, it's playing now. Yeah, so we realize our pangolin can swim. So this is kind of a new info for us, for our learning curve for everyone. The stream is meant for leopard cat, as mentioned earlier. So he is using it. So we never know which species can show their behavior when they are given chances in different environments. And another one is the animal interaction. So this is a mother and daughter. So this is right in front of the glass panel with the guest in front. So it's a two-way glass. They can see the guest, they can hear the guest as well. But they have the confidence and they are very comfortable to show this behavior. And they never run away when the guests make all noise or very impressed with this kind of behavior. So this is one of the opportunities we want to provide for our guests, for them to learn about our animals and the conservation effort by our staff and companies. For conclusion, mixed species exhibits provide opportunities for animals to display their natural behavior, and exhibits can be educational site for guests as a way to move forward in modern zoos. So with that, I end my presentation. I would like to thank all these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Narisha, for the nice presentation. I'm quite sure that next speaker might not. Okay. The topic of electric tram for sustainability, sustainable conservation, and ecotourism.
Thank you very much. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mike from Mandai Wildlife Group. So I'm from the Technical Services Department. What I'm going to talk about today is about electric trams. I think it's a little bit different from the rest of the topics that we are going through today, but I think I'm able to contribute and see how we can share some information and experiences that we have that we can actually contribute to sustainability, right? Okay, so just a brief explanation about technical services within Mandai Wildlife Group. We take care of all the technical aspects of the parks, vehicles, AV, lighting, and also rides. So myself, personally, I'm taking care of all the vehicular aspects of the park operations, maintenance as well. All right, so today a brief outline of the content on what we're going to talk about. I'd like to do some brief introduction about Mandai Wildlife Group, our in-park operations for trams, and also touch a little bit on what operational support we are using, and then we'll summarize. Okay, so Mandai Wildlife Parks actually comprises of 4 parks currently: Singapore Zoo, River Wonders, Jurong Bird Park, and Night Safari. Right. So in the very near future, we have a very exciting lineup of transition to the co-location of all the parks within the Mandai zone. And then we have exciting new parks such as the Rainforest, Wild Asia and Africa, and also the translocation of the Jurong Bird Park over to Mandai, and will be renamed as a Bird Paradise. Okay, so maybe a show of hands, within your other zoos or parks, do you actually deploy any form of transportation as part of your guest experience Do you transport gas within your parks, like what we have here in Bali Zoo? Okay, no, then maybe this experience is good for you if you were to plan to actually, implement certain kind of transportation. Right. So in the Singapore Zoo, we actually use trams that is actually running on petrol and diesel engines. A fanciful word is actually ICE, okay, internal combustion engines. I've been using this type of vehicles since 1972, right? So we embarked on a journey in 2017 to transition all our petrol trams into electric vehicles. So we are glad to say that as of 2022, we have actually transitioned all our trams to electric ones. So this is a picture of the historical petrol tram. It's an open concept kind of a vehicle that actually transport passengers or guests around. So you can imagine if you were to be seated inside as a guest, and then you have to actually smell the emissions. All right. So this is an example of an electric tram that we're currently using in our parks. So how do we come to determine the choice? Okay. We're actually operating a 24 tram fleet within our parks. Okay, 75% were previously more than 20 years old. Okay, and we realized that actually repair cost is actually rising due to obsolescence of components and parts for repairs. Okay, fuel cost is very high, even at a 2018 value. Can you imagine, as of today, what kind of costs are we looking at? So, the typical complaints from guests includes like air pollution, noise and smell emissions. All right, so impact to environment, very important. So we did a comparison between petrol tram and electric trams. So like I've been repeating myself a lot on pollution, high maintenance costs. The cost of a new petrol tram actually is about $300,000 USD. Fuel cost is high, and there is a need to refuel these trams on a daily, not on a daily basis, but we only have one petrol kiosk within our park. So there's a queue of 24 trams. Can you imagine queuing up just to top up the vehicle? So on the other end, for electric tram, there's no emissions. Okay, there's no noise pollution. Maintenance and repair cost is relatively lower. The new tram cost is less than half of that in comparison to a petrol tram, and fuel savings mount up to about 30%. On the downside, for electric tram, we will need a longer duration for us to charge up. It's not like when you top up a fuel for a petrol vehicle, you just need, 5 minutes. And for this case, we need 8 hours just to charge up our tram. Right, another vehicle. Okay, so we decided to actually embark on replacing all the all the petrol trams to electric ones because there is very clear annual savings. In the long run, I think it will mount up to a very big amount of money. Right. So emissions comparison, we are actually looking at as a whole how we can actually deploy cleaner mobility, and then we can reduce our emissions and impact to not just people, but also to animals within our parks. So we did a study comparing petrol tram and electric tram. There's a significant amount of reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions. It's actually measured in tons of carbon dioxide as a measurement metric. Okay, another aspect that I want to talk about today is how we actually support our maintenance of the trams. All right. So we actually, how we can actually, what can we do when we do maintenance of our trams, and then can actually contribute to sustainability as well. So we actually keep on exploring ways, innovative ways to actually improve and probably cut down on our carbon footprint. Okay, one of which is actually using Power Apps. Okay, I think it's a widely used application within our company where we actually use it for internal data collection so that we can actually help us with our processes. All right, so we actually had a background, already had Power Apps in use, but we actually went on to revamp the whole process. Initially, the users do not have any input into the system. Our technical services staff will actually be informed of any faults, and it is just solely our staff who is actually raising the report, carrying out the repair work, and then eventually getting it updated and closed. So this is a one-way traffic kind of user application. So we actually roped in our vehicle custodians or users for them to actually have some kind of an input into the system, all right? And then our technical services technicians will carry out the works, and then there is a review process and an approval process before we hand over the vehicles back to the end user. So this is a closed loop kind of application, okay, so that the user is able to provide their input into the system, and we can accurately capture some of the experiences that the end users are actually facing, instead of us technical services technicians trying to replicate the issues that the end users are facing. And this is a totally paperless process, and we use it as a record capturing and also data gathering method. So this is a dashboard view that we also be able to display so that we can actually know what is the statuses of our vehicles, that actually status of our vehicles within our parks. Also, green will indicate that actually vehicles are in working condition. Yellow indicate that it is still able to use, okay, but there is some kind of a fault that we need to be addressed, but it's not safety critical. And red will indicate that the buggy is, the vehicle is not in working condition. Blue will actually say that we are pending handing over to the end user. All right, so this is just a brief run through of what the interface looks like. Okay, I'll just run through it quickly because there's a video later on, and it will better illustrate. So we actually, the improved version allows us to put in some kind of drop-down list so that the end users are able to select the specific kind of faults that they are facing. Similarly for buggies, which is another type of vehicles that we are using within our parks. This drop-down list actually helps us to have a consistency in terms of the data collected. Okay. So this is a video capture of the user interface where we actually program it such that we allow users to have access. They are able to go in and input the data. This is an overview of all the possibilities that we are able to do for this application. So it's not just the aspect of capturing faults, but also handing over to end user is a closed loop process. So this is an overview dashboard of the statuses. Okay, so you can see a lot of red, which is not very healthy, but we're working on it. Okay. We also capture licenses matters, which is all the vehicular trucks and lorries that we have in our parks. All right, so this is an example of raising a report for a breakdown. So some fields have to be manually input where we can't have a drop-down list. For example, name, employee ID. But when it comes to department, we can actually scroll down and have consistent data input every single time. Email address is actually also a function that is able to allow us to feedback to the end user on the status. All right. So very importantly, the vehicle type, vehicle number is actually selected from the drop-down list, and also the common faults that we are facing. This allows us to actually use this data later on so that we can actually classify them on trending, what is the incidence occurrence like. And we can actually draw some concluding actions later on. Okay, so more for the description of a problem, we allow the users to key in what kind of symptoms they're facing. This allows them to input what problems they're actually facing, whether is it something which is technical, it can be the descriptive type, but it allows us to better understand and try to replicate the issue later on. So date, location, time, these are all input so that we can actually do some trending later on. Okay. And then there's a submit. All right. So the report summary actually gives us the full details of what the problems are being faced by our end users, and we can use this data collected to do some trending in our faults and also manage our own spare parts inventory management as well. So I just want to share, this is a case study of one problem that we face, and with the use of this data collected, we are able to understand that there is actually a rising trend of faults. So on the left, the picture actually shows a worn out motor, which actually causes not catastrophic failure, but the failure of the tram not being able to move. So with this, we actually take action to procure more spare parts so that we can actually get ready for any replacement required. And this actually reduces our downtime of our trams. All right, so in summary, we have actually replaced the entire fleet of trams to electric ones. We leverage on Power Apps to digitalize our internal processes. And I think sustainable conservation is a process, it's a continuous effort that has to be delved into, and then I think we can actually need to evolve and explore ways and methods to value add. So we are constantly looking for ways to further reduce our carbon emissions, going paperless in more of our processes. We are also looking at electrification of our vehicles that we are currently using in our parks, and also exploring how we can actually recycle whatever scrap assets that we have. Yeah. So thank you for your attention. I hope that this presentation is useful for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for show to save the money and save the earth. Yeah. So go forward for the next speaker, Narayani Singaram. Yeah, in the topic of using behavioral management to manage a walk through a valley. Please.
All right, mic test. All right, hi everyone, I'm Nara, and today I'll be sharing about using behavioral management to manage a walk through Avery. Okay. Sorry, let me figure this out. Okay, so, oopsie. All right, so today's agenda will be about Lorry Loft. So Lorry Loft is the Avery that I'm taking care of, and the challenges are working in the Avery and how I actually overcome the challenges. So that's all listed here. And going right into it would be, Lorry Loft is actually an Australasian themed Avery. It's a mixed species Avery, it's free flying, and it's also a walk-through Avery. So this is a short video that actually shows you the pathway that guests actually takes. Gosh. And also the extent of how large and how the Avery looks like. So there we go. It's actually one nice circle. So if you look at the image, it's actually the yellow color area. Yeah. So now that we have a bit of an idea of how the Avery looks like, let me show you the residents of the aviary. So we have a total of 14 different species of lorikeets and lories. So for those of you who do not know what lories are, basically they are parrots, but they are quite unique. So they have very special tongue, which actually specializes them to feed on nectar. So with their very sharp beak, they actually tear open flowers and go for the nectar. And at the tip of their tongue is actually brush-like. So that makes them really very unique. And if you look at them, they all pretty much... Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Okay, is this better? Okay. So when you look at all of them, they actually look really colorful and to some extent quite similar. But yet they are also different in sizes. So I would like to draw your attention to the coconut and the Massena. So coconut lorikeets are rather like medium size, I would think. And the Massena is actually a subspecies of the coconut, and they are relatively much smaller. And the only thing that makes them different apart from the size is the color. So the Massena lorikeets has a bit more of a violety hue on their head, while the coconut is more blue. And then moving along, apart from the lories and lorikeets, I have other species in the aviary as well. I have 4 different parrots. So I have Cascade parrot, 2 palm cockatoos, 1 Papuan Eclectus parrot, and Australian king parrots as well. And the rest are here. So the Australasian part of the aviary comes down to the common crown pigeons. Yeah. And that actually brings us to a total of 30 different species and 230 individuals in the aviary that I'm taking care of. And I would think that that is pretty challenging because it's a big flight aviary and all these birds are just flying around, and that comes down to my biggest pain, which is my challenges. So I think that's the first question I think many of you will be wondering, right? Like, how am I actually able to account for these birds in a flight aviary? And secondly, what am I even observing and how do I even observe? And that comes down to another aspect of accessibility. So this is what I'm going to share. So firstly, starting off with the rainbow lorikeet with the wound on the wing. So he actually got into a fight with another group, and he came down like that, and I was like, okay, sure, picked him up, brought him to hospital, and then he got treated. And this is also red-collared lorikeets. So we were having quite a bit of issues with them. And they were actually looking fine, and then the next thing you know, they'll come over to head count looking like that, pretty fluffy. And then when you bring them to hospital, they were all having renal issues because of parasitic burden. And for those of you who keep birds, actually know that birds are very good at hiding their illnesses. So they don't really show it until they're actually quite sick. And that brings down to a bigger challenge that I have over here. So this is king parrot Elfie. So she came down presenting her, lifting one leg that morning, and I obviously got very worried, brought her to the hospital thinking that it was, major. Actually, nothing much. She actually just had a broken toenail, and she was discharged quite immediately. So the contrast between birds that actually hide their illnesses versus birds whom actually are quite trusting. They will just come down just to show me that, hey, I broke a nail, it's painful, can you do something about it? And then now my first case study would be king parrot Flit. So Flit is also a king parrot. So he's the male, so he's red in color. So that morning he presented himself on a tree just like that. So from the distance, I could actually tell that, hey, something is off about him. So I managed to get him down, get him on his tiny little perch, and that's when I actually saw a wound on his head. And a few days ago, Elfie, the female king parrot, was actually chasing the males quite a bit around. So I actually did draw the conclusion that she might have bitten his head. So obviously I wanted to assess, if that wound needs more treatment. So I took a picture and send it to the vets. And the vets were like, hey, it's quite superficial, so you just monitor him for a week, and if he gets any infected, then we'll bring him down to hospital. So every day, I could actually get him down and put him on a perch. For 2 weeks, I could put my phone almost on his face, like almost this close, and managed to take a picture of him every day like that. And his wound has eventually healed, and I think that being able to do this actually helped me to also manage him quite well. Like, I didn't need to stress him out by catching him just to bring him to the hospital to treat a very superficial wound. And in case if I needed medicating his wound, I think I would be able to actually work with that as well. So I think this actually brings us, to a better view that visual checks in a flight aviary is very important, which means that it's really important for me to be able to actually look at my birds and see what's going on with them. And now I would like to introduce a different aspect, right? So apart from the visual aspect, another thing is that you have this large numbers of groups of birds in the aviary, right? And that comes down to the dominant structure. So we would just regard the lories and the lorikeets as the most dominant. So that first box actually shows that. And I also managed to actually categorize them between the most dominant to the least dominant. So the dusky lories are actually just here. So there's this black, brown, orangey looking birds. They are very, very dominant. So what happens with them is that anytime you put a tray or a reward out, they come down in numbers, which is like almost 10 to 15 of them, and they tend to hoard. They are like the gangsters. And then the coconut Masena, look at the small little fella there. He is our least dominant. And another comparison would be that dusky lories, we have 21 of them in the aviary. Coconut Masena, the small little fellas, only 4. And then the chattering, so they are relatively like medium-sized lorries, but they are still slightly lower than the duskies, only because there's 19 of them. And they are not as much of a hoarder or gangster like the duskies. And so, lorries aside, now going on to the visibility structure in a fly aviary, the ones that are highlighted, they are quite visible. So usually the Pescate parrot and the black palm cockatoos are very large in size, and they are black, and they hang out at a beam, and they are very vocal, so we basically can see them quite well. But I would like to draw your attention to the least visible, which is the bar-shouldered doves. So they are like really small doves running around, and then crested pigeons as well. So the thing about the crested pigeon, unlike the birds above, they do hang out on the beam, but they all look relatively the same. So sometimes you kind of find it very hard to be like, hey, have I seen him? Am I seeing him again? Or am I seeing him again? So it gets a bit complicated. And we have like about 14 of them in the aviary. Yeah. So this also takes us to the whole idea of the hierarchical structure, right? So we have many different social groups. Many of them have also formed groups not only amongst themselves, you also have quite a unique group of mixed species. So I have a group whereby I have like, 8 marigold lorikeets, so the ones with the yellow colored chest. And then you have one singular scarlet-breasted lorikeet that's with them. And I could identify them as one group. And then you also have mixed species whereby maybe a coconut is friends with a rainbow lorikeet. So that's how we actually tell maybe some groups apart. And this little diagram here actually helps me to mentally visualize the aviary. So I know it's a bit blur, but this part is actually the forest floor. So this is where the area under the breach is. And then understory is where the breach area is. So the video that you saw earlier is where guests have access. This is where the guests have access to. And then the canopy layer is the trees that are above the breach. And then the emergent layer is where the beam are. So that's where most of the pigeons and the crested pigeons actually hang out. And so having said that, right, it's clear that basically what you want to do is with all these birds all around you, it will be best if you actually get them to come down to you in a more unified and timely manner. So which is why we have actually introduced quite a few different techniques. Firstly, by recalling them. Secondly, by head counting visual checks, and also forming routine and trust with the birds. So this has actually helped me to also manage them quite effectively. And this whole process is actually called daily head counting. So I would actually do this every single day, and this is achieved within half an hour. So the first group of lorries are actually recalled into a first holding area, and then I will close the door, and then I'll go in and count them. This is another holding area. Okay, I think you couldn't hear my whistle, but I actually would whistle and they all would actually go in. And then I would gently close the door. And then that's the whole area that I was talking about, the beam area. And then this is Munira, my other keeper, who is recalling the rest of the birds at the water tray areas. So from here you could actually see that the common crown pigeons have actually also joined us during head counting. And the rest of the other birds coming down for different rewards. And that's me at the other area, just finishing up the numbers of the rest of the birds. And these are the king parrots that are also coming down for head count. That's Elfie on my shoulder. And these are the boys, the 3 boys. And accounting for the pigeons over here. These are entrance aviaries whereby They're also, it's kind of small little iris lorikeets, and it's a very big aviary. So it's a lot more easier if they just come down to me so that I can look at them better. And we have 7 scaly-breasted lorikeets here as well. So you can take notice of the target sticks, which I will talk a bit more in a bit. And this is the other group whereby we have ornate lorikeets. And yeah, okay, let me move on. Is that repeating itself? Yeah, so this is a visual perspective of what I just did. So the birds are all recalled into different areas, and different rewards are used, different cues as well, and I'm very, very consistent with the recalling procedure throughout the day. Yeah, I mean, not the day, in the morning. And recalling is also achieved by using positive reinforcement conditioning. And I think throughout this whole conference, I've heard so much about positive trainings. So I actually have this little formula that I use at Lori Loft. So it's desired behavior plus reward is learned behavior times reinforcement, and that is a bracket and routine. So that actually forms a routine. And in order to even start this, I actually figured out the different rewards that works for the different species. So this is actually, so in the morning before I go out for head count, that is what is in my pail. So you could see the different rewards. I have a target stick over here, whistle, clicker, and I have apple and pear sticks and apple and pear cubes. So if you're wondering what's the difference, well, sticks are used at the white color water trays, which means that the lorries would stay on the water trays longer, while cubes are very much take and go. And then corns are used for pigeons and doves, worm-eating birds, and sunflower seeds, the king parrot. And I would also like to share another interesting thing that I do. So once I've achieved a behavior, I like to develop it further so that I can enhance their care as well. So that is actually, oh my God, what happened to my video? Okay, it's supposed to be the other way around. So that is actually the king parrots that are actually getting onto a perch. So they already do come down for head count. What I did was introduce a perch so that they will get on the perch, which then develops further into, oh my God, please work for me. Okay, this is really sad. It's supposed to be the other way around, but that is actually the king parrot on the perch nicely. And the mandarin ducks, so we have 10 little ducks pretty much running around the aviary. So it would be a lot more easier if you just come towards me, right? And I'm one keeper and then I have another keeper. So to stay very consistent, what I do is that I introduce a yellow board. So anytime I flash the yellow board, they would come towards me. And their most favorite reward is worms. Yeah, so that works. Okay, this video might not even work, but that is actually introducing a target to a scaly-breasted for the first time. So anytime they touch the tip of the reward, the target, they actually get a reward. Yeah. A flight aviary is definitely defined as an unpredictable, it's very unpredictable. So when we try to make it very predictable, it makes it a lot more easier for the birds to also cooperate with me. So this is where Fabio comes to play. So Fabio is our oldest resident. He's a cascade parrot in our aviary, and he's actually 28 years old. And he presents an old man pain syndrome whereby he actually has a fused spine. So he requires medication every day. So he's also kind of cute because he has learned the routine so well. Every morning when we are already at the trap cage recalling the one group, he's already waiting at the water tray for his reward. And I've also figured that his favorite reward is banana. So initially, we will actually squeeze the medication on banana and offer him. And then now we will poke the syringe with the medication, squirt out some medication and offer to him. And I would like to take the behavior, I would like to take the behavior a bit further into actually giving the entire medication via the syringe, and then the reward has the banana. So, okay, let me just quickly go through that. And Fabio also gets on the weighing scale every month once so that I can monitor his weight. And also when he comes down, I can actually get to see his, because that is the area where the spine is. So that's how he started plucking, and we could tell that he had a spine issue. So let me just quickly, okay, I have some prize moment I hope I can just quickly share. So that is our magpie robin that comes down really beautifully onto the palm, picks up his reward. Yeah, so he's really small, so that is really good when he does it, so I know that he's okay. and he gets his reward. And he's also further developed onto a perch as well, so I can weigh him monthly. And then we have the blue-faced honey eater that got on the perch for the first time. So yeah. And then guest experience is also kind of really nice. So anytime when you recall the birds, when they come down, guests actually gets a very good experience with them. So last few key learning points is that in a flight aviary, it's very important to prioritize accounting them and moving them along to actually creating routines and daily conditioning. So when things are done every day similarly and effectively, the birds learn, and definitely using positive reinforcement techniques and refraining from using human targets. So when we use tool, when the birds are actually working for their food rather than just trying to please you, it makes it a lot more easier to work with them. And lastly, forming bonds, right? And obviously, it makes it a lot more easier to work as a team because all of us have a good direction. And last but not least, I would like to thank my team for continuously following the goals of the aviary. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Thank you, Narayani. You are nice energy speaker. Yeah. So, back to the first speaker from the first list of the speaker, Ariento Rahajo Yudi. Please. And the topic of output-based measurement in animal welfare, environmental enrichment on behavioral captive Asiatic black bear. Please.
Good morning, all. I'm very happy to see you in Seaza Conference 2022. My name is Yudi Arianto. I'm staff of Taman Safari Indonesia. Before I start my presentation, I would like to say thank you for management to send me in this conference. In this occasion, I would like to present our research, output-based measurement in animal welfare, environmental enrichment on behavior captive Asiatic black bear, Ursus tibetanus. We are now that Asiatic black bear are primarily nocturnal feeders and sleep in tree hole or in a cave during the daytime, but they do sometimes forage diurnally. During the autumn, their nocturnal activity increase. They shift their range in early autumn in order to obtain native broadleaf food species, muskrat at lower elevations. They are powerful swimmers, and their short 2-inch or 5.08 centimeter claws make them adapt tree climbers. Habitat. Asiatic black bears live in moist forests, on steep mountains, and in areas where the vegetation is thick. They live at higher elevation in the summer and descend during the winter. Occasionally, they come out of forests to forage on plants. Distribution. Ursus tibetanus is widely distributed. Asiatic black bears can be found north of Pakistan, south of Afghanistan, east of the Himalayas, north of Vietnam, south of China, and in Thailand. Conservation status. The IUCN classifies the Asiatic black bear as vulnerable species. The habitat of Ursus tibetanus is threatened by uncontrolled harvesting and deforestation. How if we keeping captive animals engaged in natural behavior, especially for bears, which proved to be among the more challenging species to keep stimulated? Keeping animal in captivity, such as zoos, is a widely accepted approach to conserving threatened species like Asiatic black bear. This animal will receive veterinary care and be free from starvation and predation. This was proven by various studies on different animal species, which indicate that survival and fecundity rates are generally higher in captive than in the wild population. However, captive animals live in an environment different from that in the wild. For many captive wild species, many difficulties exist in captivity. One of the main concerns for animals kept in captivity is expressing abnormal behavior such as stereotypical behavior. It can be one of the indicators of poor animal welfare and often a sign of decreased welfare in an animal because their choice to express natural behavior has become limited. This issue has received much attention over several decades. Restriction in performing the normal species-specific behavior might lead to stress and harm their welfare in captivity. This will lead to change in their behavior patterns, such as developing abnormal behavior like stereotypic behavior. The purpose of these studies to observe two experimental environment stimuli by manipulating Asiatic black bear exhibits and diet technique to promote their positive behavior. And this is the video that show our animal in passing behavior. Our Asiatic black bear during like that every time they exit into exhibit area. Asiatic black bears in captivity spend most of their time on abnormal behaviors compared to semi-captive bear. They spend about 67% of their time passing all day long. This may be due to a lack of enrichment tools related to the size of the enclosure. This is the table of abnormal behavior in animals. And for our animals, in this case in East Asiatic black bear, we have a problem with passing activity. So, to reduce this stereotypic behavior, in this study, we do two experiments. One first experiment, several wood logs were put into the exhibit. Adding to that, food were tucked into multiple holes to decrease their passing behavior. Observation showed decreasing locomotion activity. This experimental include that multiple wood log and manipulation of feeding technique can affect locomotory and investigatory behavior. Second experiment is to observe and compare three feeding technique effects to black bear behavior. Feeding technique are once daily inside the neck den A, once daily inside the neck den with an addition feeding enrichment on exhibit B, and the last is to hiding all the food using manipulable object around each exhibit. The data will present by description, exploration. So, what is the result of our study? Let's see. Experiment 1. Logs were given to exhibit and give some food inside the logs to determine the role of food in stimulating investigatory behavior. The rate of habituation to manipulable object introduced into the exhibit, and effects on locomotory behavior. Before give enrichment and after give enrichment. Result for experiment 1. Results show specific and general habituation to the introduced object that can be controlled by refilling the logs with food enrichment and by providing multiple logs in the exhibit. Investigatory activity directed toward food enrichment log replace passing and walking in the bear and is most effective. We introduced the complex enrichment 3 times a week per level over 6 weeks. In addition, we measure each pair interaction with the enrichment device to examine the effect of complexity on enrichment use. Providing increasingly complex enrichment decreases the duration of stereotypic behavior when compared to the baseline pace. Across of the 6 weeks, the duration of stereotypic behavior was significantly less on the complex enrichment dice compared to the dice when complex enrichment was absent. Increasing enrichment complexity had variable effects on enrichment use. Our results indicate that providing complex enrichment decreased the duration of stereotypic behavior. However, the effects of complex enrichment did not carry over on the dice when the enrichment was no longer present. Second experiment is to observe and compare 3 feeding technique effect to black bear behavior. Feeding technique A, once daily inside the neck, then A, once daily inside the neck, then with an adjacent feeding enrichment on exhibit B, and the last is to hiding all the food using manipulable object around exhibit. The result is this study. Feeding technique C showed reduced passing behavior from 150 minutes per day to 20 minutes per day. This is due to increasing of foraging and manipulating object activity of the bear. Results are discussed with respect to the ways in which husbandry posture can be improved to stimulate functional foraging and feeding behavior in this bear. Our results indicate that providing complex enrichment and hiding all the food using manipulable object around each exhibit decrease the duration of stereotypic behavior. However, the effects of complex enrichment did not carry over the dice when the enrichment was no longer present. In conclusion, the outcome of this study indicate that environmental enrichment helped to reduce the stereotypic behavior. This research suggests that providing increasingly complex enrichment might have a positive influence on the behavior of captive bear. And this is our Asiatic black bear, no passing, and they are feeling happy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wento.
Thank
So-
you for your attention. If you have any question, don't hesitate to contact me on askurator2tse2@tamansafari.net.
Okay, thank you. Now we'd like to invite all the speakers into the front that we have a few questions for each speaker. So, let's stay. So now, anyone have a question? We have a few, one or two or three questions for all speakers. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll try not to explode the speakers. Excellent talks, everyone. But Arianto, is it the last presentation? That was fantastic presentation. Well done. And seeing those bears happy, I think it made us all happy. So yeah, that was fantastic. And it's really good to see that you're not just trying to stop one negative behaviour. You're actually trying to encourage lots of positive behaviours. So fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. And the Binturong, is it the hang on, let me check my, was it Binturong? Sorry. Which one was, sorry, my mind's gone blank, sorry. I'll let someone else talk and I'll remember in a second. Anyone else got any questions?
Hello, I'd like to ask a question about the open aviary. Do you have any problems from external threats, rats, cats, snakes, predatory birds coming in?
The entire aviary is netted very well. So the entire aviary is netted. Yeah. So there is no access for the predators to come in. So when we have soft ground aviaries, rats are common, but they are managed very well by our pest control.
Thank you. I'm Wen Hao Cheng from Mandai Wildlife Group. Actually have a question for Mike from Mandai as well. So normally when people want to turn from petrol vehicle into electric vehicle, they tend to be more expensive. So how is it we are able to get more expensive petrol vehicle that were the old one, and the electric vehicles are cheaper to acquire?
Thank you, Dr. Cheng, for the question. This is a challenging question, actually. Okay, so I think the trams that we are using is actually procured from suppliers from all around the world. So we actually compare prices. And I think in comparison of today's context for road vehicles, you can see that electric vehicles are actually higher priced compared to petrol engine ones. But we managed to find comparatively lower ones because of the country of manufacturing. We are able to get lower price components, and then we can actually procure these relatively cheaper, lower price, I would say, and still technically competent trams to operate within our parks. Yeah. I hope I answered the question, Dr. Cheng.
Does. Thanks, Mike. You were also showing that with your Power app, you're picking up some of the more operating issues, like the motors being worn out. So that is related to running an electric vehicle. Are we finding that there are sort of issues that might not be so common with petrol vehicles? So the parts that are being worn out, are they from the electric vehicles?
Yeah, Dr. Cheng. So, yeah. So the question about the motor that I have shown earlier on about the gear that is worn off, it actually is related to electric vehicle. The petrol engines do not have this kind of electric motor. And if we were to look at the comparison of the replacement of these parts, electric motors are actually relatively cheaper to replace and to repair instead of actually replacing the entire engine. But I think there's not a one-on-one relative comparison, because a petrol engine has got a lot of components. Okay, it will have a longer life to operate. but you will actually have a higher cost because of lubrication that we use on the petrol engines. But for motors, it is just purely a motor and a gearbox connected together, and then it's just driven to the axle. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, so for the lorikeet walkthrough, I was just quite intrigued. Was there a specific cue that you used for each of the individual groups that you were trying to recall, or was it the same cue for everybody and you were just expecting them to go to different spots in the enclosure?
Hello. Yeah, maybe I missed that out. So there's actually different cues. So initially what happened was that I did use a whistle, and the lorries just would, everywhere I go, they would turn up, right? So I switched between clickers and whistle. And then the board is still whistle because I realized that the Mandarin ducks react better with the whistle. Yeah. So I am also trying to play around with visual cues. Yeah. Whistles are also loud enough for the flight aviary. Clickers are quite soft. Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. I will ask Ade. I mean, yeah, I'm interested in your study actually for the feasibility study for the animal. How often do you usually do it, or is there any period that for us who work in the zoo need to do it?
So when I tried it out, we did it twice a year, and each study took 1 month. So it's 4 weeks if you saw. So it's for a 4-week period, or basically 1 month. And then we would do it the next 6 months, because between that 6 months, that's where you fix your problems. Yeah, and then maybe you need to procure things and investigate further, and then of course the analysis takes a long time. It took me at least 2 weeks at least to collect all the data and like, well, to analyze the data alone, because I'm just one person. Yeah. More questions.
Okay, so the last one. About the lorry loft, do you have the breeding population inside the aviary, and how do you manage the chicks?
So they are managed because we are not breeding them. So this is like a display aviary. We have a breeding and research center whereby the lorries are bred nicely there. But we bred our Mandarin ducks. So we are also a bit selective about how it goes. But it's definitely not a breeding aviary. Yeah. So that's how we manage them better. Yeah, once they start breeding, they can get pretty aggressive and territorial. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry that for the last question that we can keep our speaker walk around and you can catch them for another question. So I think that...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now to all honorable presenter and also the chair session, please stay because we would like to give you ceremonial gift. Once again, please give applause to all the presenter and also the chair sessions for a nice explanations about zoo design and enrichment.
remark to remind you that you have 1 minute to wrap your presentation. Okay, I would like to welcome our first presenter, Mrs. I'm sorry, I'm so bad at names, okay. Mrs. Anga Adunyagi. I'm sorry. Please welcome, please come up to the front. Contribution of Bali Safari Marine Park on rescue, rehabilitation, and translocation release of.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay. Yes, the updated one. Okay. I am so sorry. I'm terribly sorry. My unprepared organization. Okay. The first presentation we have is habitat assessment. Taman Safari Indonesia as a candidate location for the release of captive breed Japan eagle. Mrs. Nur Muhammad. From the record, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Nurudayanto, and I am Assistant Curator at Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor. I would like to say thank you for the Seaza committee to give me this opportunity for me to present my presentation. And this is my presentation, Habitat Assessment, Taman Safari Indonesia as a candidate explain about the of Javan Hawk Eagle and introduction of habitat assessment location. And second is method, explain about the data taken of and the method of data taking. And the third is result, explain about data discussion. And the last is summary or conclusion. This is the Javan Hawk Eagle, the endemic species in Indonesia. The species considered endangered species by the IUCN. Only between 300 until 500 individuals left in the wild and continue to decreasing. Seeing the importance of sustainability the species, Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor take part for conserving this cooperating between TSI Bogor and PT Smelting. We have succeeded with the Javan Hawk Eagle. And we don't stop only here, we were going to the next steps. Returning this species in the wild by release the Javan Hawk Eagle. Returning this species proposes to restocking population and make genetic diversity in the wild. This is the candidate of release program. A captive breed Javan Hawk Eagle has been prepared for release in the wild. And this is Javan Hawk Eagle named by Director General of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy, namely Jelita, born in Taman Safari Indonesia, Bogor, in 14 October 2020. This is the distribution of Javan Hawk Eagle. The Javan hawk eagle is the endemic species of Java Island. As we can see on the picture, Javan hawk eagle spread in West Java until the East Java. And one of the habitat Javan hawk eagle is on the West Java at Gede Pangrango National Park. In this picture, we can see Gede and Pangrango location and TSI location. And from here, we know that TSI location is near and side by side with National Park. The National Park had a 152 square kilometer wide, and the Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor had a 265 hectare wide. This is the habitat assessment location. The left picture is the close image of the Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor location, and we can see the border between the Taman Safari Indonesia and the National Park. The red line is border of the National Park, and the yellow line is the border of the Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor. And the right picture is the location of habitat assessment. We did the habitat assessment on about 50 hectare of Taman Safari land that not used yet. The purpose of habitat assessment is aims to determine the richness of flora and fauna in Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor. This is the method of data collection. Data collection carried out by collected two data, which is flora data and fauna data. Flora data will show about biophysics of the habitat and vegetation analysis. However, the fauna data will show us four taxa of animal that we take, which is aves, mammals, reptiles, and amphibians. And this is the material and tools that we use for habitat assessment, such as binoculars, monoculars, telecamera, measuring tools, telescope, GPS. This is the animal data collection. In animal data collection, is done by two ways. The first is monitoring, as we can see in this picture. We decided the high location and had wide view for better monitoring, and we identifying the findings. This method focus in aves monitoring, but if we found the beside aves, we also need to. Second way, by the exploring the site that we planned before and identifying the findings. This method focus in mammals and aves. We identifying animals, not only direct findings, but we identifying sound, footprint, and identifying faces. Herpetofauna is same with animal data collection by exploring and identifying the different, by exploring and identifying. The difference is this activity doing in the night because we want to see the nocturnal reptiles and amphibians. And this is the vegetation data collection method. There is a 2 point in vegetation data collection. That is biophysics, the environment, and the vegetation analysis and the vegetation analysis. Biophysics collected by taking data of the temperature and humidity average, altitude and slope of location. And vegetation analysis is collect the data of plant composition at the sample land. We can take the sample land with 400 square meter. We identifying the seedling, stake plant, tree post, and tree by following like the picture. So the vegetation analysis take the sample land, 400 square meter sample land, and from that we take the 4 square meter for identifying young plant or seedling, and so on following by the picture like this. This is the result of animal data. From 4 taxa, mammals we found the 12 species, and we found 51 species of aves, we found 7 reptiles, we found 13 species of amphibian. This is the example of a first finding. We found the copper smooth carpet, Javan minor, vacuum flycatchers like, and we found scooty-headed bulbul. In mammals findings, we found deer feces, and we also found the black giant squirrel. We look to find this species because this species is rare and considered near threatened by IUCN. And this is the reptile and amphibian findings. We find chameleon forest dragon, Indonesian false bloodsucker, and we also like to find the bleeding tooth because this species is critically endangered and this is hard to find in other national park but in the Gunung Gede Pangrango site national park is easily found. And from all the animal findings, several findings can be the prey for Javan hawk eagle, such as Javan squirrel, Himalayan forest dragon, Asian flying snakes, and black giant squirrel. We also found 4 species eagles in this habitat assessment, which is it can be the competitor in this habitat for the candidate reuse program. We found the black eagle, crested serpent eagle, changeable hawk eagle, and we also find Javan hawk eagle. And not only we find the eagle in this habitat, we also find the eagle nest. We find the Javan hawk eagle nests were also found along with young white Javan hawk eagles. This means that the habitat at Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor has good condition for the Javan hawk eagle. With this finding, we can say this habitat still has a source of food and had a nesting place for the Javan hawk eagle. And this is the result of biophysics of Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor. If we see the picture in here, Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor had 2 valley. As we can see in the picture, the red line is the valley. So Taman Safari Indonesia had 2 valleys like this. This means the location is matched with the habitat Javan hawk eagle, which is Javan hawk eagle nest were found in the edge of the hill that near the valley. And this is the vegetation analysis result. As you can see, the data, Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor had a diverse vegetation and had a richest plant. And the composition of the vegetation in habitat Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor is dominated by Kaliandra trees. And the last is conclusion. And the conclusion is various small mammals, reptiles, and amphibians as potential prey source for Javan hawk eagle. And the vegetation in Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor is diverse, rich, and evenness. Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor area is a home for 4 native eagle species and need more further assessment to determine if Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor is suitable site for releasing captive breed Javan hawk eagle. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad, for interesting topic about habitat assessment. We would like to welcome the next presenter, Ms. Kanako Tomisawa. The topic of the presentation, Online Education Opportunities by Omuta City Zoo. The time is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Kanako Tomisawa from Omuta City Zoo, and actually this is my 25th anniversary attending Seaza. So I'm very happy to coming back to Seaza physically with you in Bali. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank to PKBSI and Taman Safari Indonesia to give me this kind of very great opportunity. Aku cinta Indonesia. Okay, so today I would like to talk about the online educational. Oh, I should better to take this off. Sorry about that. Today I would like to talk about the educational opportunity online, and I have three stuff to. Okay, three stuff to talk about it. And then the first one is the collaboration with school. And then the second one is the online series of the educational program. And the last one is a live streaming on our YouTube channel. So let me talk about the school program. The most important thing to that we think to have the program is to make the teachers understand what kind of zoo we are. So the zoo's concept, our zoo's concept is the zoo that tells you animal welfare. So if the things that they demand is not the things that we can follow that concept, we cannot do it in our zoo. Also, the important thing is to ask what is the demand of the teachers, what is the purpose to come to the zoo, and what kind of things that you want to do in this program. So most of the things that we do as an educational program in our zoo is 100% original for that teacher or for that school. And here is some of the example. So the program title is What Our Animals Are Doing. So this is a part of the class, so we're just doing that for 15 minutes only. So most of the Japanese primary school class is 45 minutes, so it's a part of that. And then we can keep it, connect the Zoom to the class. And then we will show the animal. So I will explain that what kind of species this is and then what is the character or what this current behavior is, what they are doing. And after that, we will have the Q&A session with the students. So here is some of the photos. So this is the children watching how the pigs eating, and then we use a corn and lots of different vegetables so they can see how they eat. And then after that, children raise their hand and ask questions. And then, and after the Zoom session, the teacher creates the sheets, and then that contains the question and answer. So this is for lion. So what kind of things they eat, or actually lion has an ear inside of the hairs or something like that. So that's totally based on the question, and we never know that what kind of question the children ask. So I also say, oh, I think so. Something like that. Sometimes I may be like that. And the next one is our developed online program. So, okay, here is one of the examples. What is the enrichment? So this enrichment is not only for the zoo animal, but enrich your life or your family life or your friend's life. So that's also enrichment, right? So this is a 5-time series. So once a month for 5 months we do it. And then we have the children in 4th to 6th grades. And then they are not only, well, all of them are Japanese, but they are not located in Japan physically. But so sometimes we have the people from overseas. Like last year, we have the person from Singapore. So this kind of thing happen when we do that in online. And then the purpose is because, we show them what we do as an environmental arrangement for our zoo animals, so they can learn that what kind of things animals demand or what kind of things that we can do for animals. And based on that, they will think about what we can do more, and then they will give us the idea, and then our keeper exactly doing, make the idea comes true in our zoo. That's what we do. So let's see the photos. So this is a Japanese title. I know most of you don't understand. Don't worry about that. And here's a brainstorming of the children. So they say the species name and also what they want to do and why they want to do. And they decide which program, which items you want to make it as a true. And then children will have the presentation. For example, this is for porcupine, and what they expect is to make the hole underground of the porcupine, and the porcupine will use it. So this is what we did. Come on. So this is how I have the cell phone, and then that's connected to the Zoom. So I Well, actually, in this on live, and then luckily porcupine coming in, and then they use the tunnel. So that's a porcupine. That's dangerous, right? So that's very, very serious, and that's very dangerous photo that I actually taken. And of course, here is a keeper. So keeper will tell me that, oh, porcupine going there, so run away or something like that. He will say. But luckily, I was not injured. And also, this one is inside of the guinea pig enclosure. We have more than 80 guinea pigs in our zoo, and then the children's idea is to create the, the ball by the grass. So our keepers lays up the grass because it's kind of the winter time and we don't have not so much grasses. So they grow the grass and make the ball and give it to the guinea pigs. That's what we do. Okay. So the next one is live streaming. We have a YouTube channel, Omoto City Zoo. I hope that all of you will follow the channel. Register today. So mostly we have the guest speaker from other institution, or sometimes our zoo staff will have the presentation about their efforts in our zoo. And oh, what's this sound? Sorry that interrupts you. And then we have a Q&A session because this is very important for our zoo because we believe that interactive communication is the key for the online programs. So let me introduce you some of the programs that we used in English and Japanese. So that means you can enjoy the archive. So the first one is with Red Panda Network in Nepal, and then we introduced the conservation activities in Nepal for Red Panda. And the second is, hey, Ampika. I know most of you know her. She's from Zipot, Thailand, and she talks about the research and the conservation. This is a very good one, so I hope that you will see the archive. And this is a person from Taronga, and then Taronga works for this very rare endemic bird in Australia. That's, I think that's, royal honey eater. And then, so they do the, breeding in a zoo and then do the reintroduction to the wild. So we listen to that. And, again, this is a red panda. You know Angela, that she had been working as the international zookeeper for red panda more than 30 years. Don't ask her age. And then, so this is the zoo and red panda conservation activities. This is also a very nice one. And then this one is a kind of the series of the stuff that we have. Couple of, maybe 5-6 times a year we have. This is one that we connect to the Golden Asian Elephant Foundation in Thailand, and we just see what elephants doing, because most of the people in Japan just see the elephants in the zoo, and then zoo elephant, and then also even these elephants are in captivity, but they are in a nature field, right? So it's totally different situation. So I hope that Japanese people will know what kind of place that elephants living. So this is what I do. Well, actually, mostly I enjoy it. So and the last one is Philippine eagle. Actually, last year, Seaza was, held by Zoo. And then we had a session with Philippine Eagle Foundation. I never lost it, and I just get the contact from them. And then because of the last year's Seaza, I made it. So I'd like to thank very much to Zoo and then Seaza conference. So I hope the video works. No? Okay. Sorry, IT team, can you play the video? Maybe not. Okay, this is a video, maybe this one will be shown, was the video introduced the Philippine Eagle Foundation, and then they talk in that's also one of the World Educational People's Association. I hope that most of people know about it, because I am a member of the board member, and I'm working for the social media editor. So if you go to the IZ Facebook page or Instagram page or YouTube, that was made by me. So I hope that you will hit and register follow. Thank you so much. And we also have a webinar once a month, and all the archives are also exist on our YouTube channel. So I hope that you will go to the IG YouTube channel and you can get it. And then the next, don't go. Going back. Yay. And then our next webinar is 30th November. So I hope that you can see it, but and I think most of the Asian people, that's very midnight for you. So I hope that you, when you wake up, maybe the archive video is available, so I hope that you will enjoy it. And you can be the IG member, and I think you already watch it. Somebody say that, please contact me. Who is it? Chinji, and she is there. Hey, Chinji, stand up. She is the board member for the North and Southeast Asia, so you can contact her and be the member today. Okay, so and also we have the Instagram and Facebook, so hope that you can access it. And once again, thank you so much for giving me the time, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for a great presentation. Ms. Tomizawa, and congratulate her again for the 25 years of outstanding contribution to Seaza. Okay, we have next presentation by Ms. Kanza. The time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alisa Hanza. You can call me Alisa or Icha or something. Okay, at first, I would like to thank you for the board of directors of Taman Safari Indonesia Group for trusting me to presenting this research. And also thank you for all the Seaza participants for having me here to presenting my team's research, which titled The Potential of Birdwatching Ecotourism at Taman Safari Indonesia based on biodiversity, bird species diversity richness and habitat assessment. And this study was conducted by my team, education team at Taman Safari Indonesia. So we're gonna talk about birds again. Okay. Birds represent one of the animals that can be found in every type of habitat and have important position in Indonesian animal biodiversity richness. They have so many values like aesthetical values, economic values, cultural values, and also ecological values. And their ecological role of birds is mostly about their roles in food chains, even as herbivores, pollinators or seed dispersers, or also as the carnivores. Birds need certain conditions for its life, among other the existence of a secure and suitable habitat, which have some conditions like the first far from human activity and the availability of shelters, food, and waters. And one of the suitable habitat is in the Taman Safari Indonesia as a buffer habitat for national parks in Indonesia. So, the birds' abundance and diversity in Taman Safari Indonesia is one of the attraction offered for ecotourism activity. Which activity? It's the bird watching activity, educational bird watching activity, which we are seeking, watching, and studying birds in their natural habitats. And to make an arranged initiative birdwatching program, there's need some primarily studies about the route, the variety of birds that will be found, the bird's abundance, and what's the suitable timing for the birdwatching program. And so, this research conducted to complete the records of bird biodiversity and richness around various habitats in Taman Safari, then use it as a basis for educational birdwatching program. Okay, we choose 3 different landscape as variety of habitat in Taman Safari, which are the first one in the pine forest area, the second one is the grass plantation, and the third is the Princi Hill, which is the temperate forest. And the field work was conducted in Taman Safari from August 2021 to July 2022 in 1 year or 2 seasons, dry and wet season, rainy season. The materials and methods. The data collection was done with line transect method, then we combine it with IPA or in-use punctual the abundance. Geographical position of transect line or the trace was recorded by using GPS and then processed with GIS in order to produce the bird watching tourist track. The data collection of this bird conducted by recording the species or the genus of bird that found. The second one, the number of species they found, and also the time encounter between the birds. This observation was done by establishing a plot or a transect 1 kilometer in length and 50 meters in width for each type of habitat, then continued it with the point count method. In point count method, we observe the birds by their presence or by their voices inside the plot. The tools we use camera, of course, for taking pictures, binocular for clearer sight, GPS for tagging the point, GoPro for taking video, and also Google Earth application, bird watching book, and also the transect. Okay, this is the various habitat we chose. The first one is the grass plantation area. As you can see, the red square is the grass plantation area. As you can see, they have low canopy coverage, no trees or vegetation over there, and they are closer to the village. Up to there is the buildings. As you can see, is the village near the grass plantation area. The second one is the Princi Hills area, which is the temperate forest. As you can see, they have the densest canopy coverage and various type of vegetation. They make the structure of this habitat. The third one is the pine forest area. They have homogeneous vegetation. They have cover, but not as dense as the temperate forest. And this habitat is crossed by our safari journey route. And the result. There were 60 species found from 29 different families, and 12 of them are birds that protected with Indonesian law number 5th, 1990. And this is the comparison table between those 3 habitats. And the first, based on the vegetation condition, as you can see before, the bird species found, the highest one is in the Princi Hills with 36 species found. And based on the diversity index, we use Shannon Winner Index, the highest diversity was found in the Princi Hills area with 3.02 diversity. Based on the evenness index, between those 3 habitats, all of them mostly balanced or semi-balanced, so we assume that the birds distribute evenly on those areas and not only concentrated in one area. Based on the food structure, since the Princi Hills consists of various vegetation, they provide more choices of food than the others habitat, even if for the insect eater, birds of prey, nectar eater, or seed eaters, also they are providing most perching places for the most of Passeriformes. And based on the human exposure, as you can see before, the grass plantation is closer to the village, meanwhile the pine forest is regularly crossed by any kind of visitor vehicle, so Princi Hills is moderately far from the human activity. Based on that, we choose the tourist track for bird watching track is the Princi Hills area. And there are some notable species that we found in Prince Hill Tract. Some of them are endemic species in Java Island. The first we found Javan hawk eagle, Malay eagle owl, Javan banded pitta, Javan kingfisher, and also orange-breasted trogon. About the data collection, we usually start the activity from 5 until 10 a.m. in 2 seasons, dry and rainy season. This is one of the birds that we encounter when we do the data collection. We found the nest of the Javan banded pitta. We also find the common kingfisher. They have silvery beaks. Meanwhile, the Javan kingfisher have red beaks. This is the Javan kingfisher. And these 3 birds we encountered around 5 until 8 a.m. Okay. So, based on those comparison and analysis, this bird diversity in Taman Safari is suitable for sale in educational birdwatching program. With some condition. The first one is the Prince Hills or the temperate forest is chosen to be the one of the birdwatching tourism track. The next birdwatching program should be done in the morning, start from 5 until 8 a.m. in the dry season, not in rainy season. And we also composing this birdwatching guidelines book for everyone who want to try our birdwatching activity. As you can see, this is the physical book, but this is only in Bahasa, not yet in English. And this is the track or the route in Prince Hills that we're gonna use it as the birdwatching track. As you can see from the start, they have different types of vegetation that compose this habitat. In this track, you're gonna climb until 900 altitude, 900 meters above sea level, then you go down. The track is like a hill. So first we climb, then we down. In this track, we have some homogeneous pine trees too, but mostly consists of the various vegetation. Okay, this building is the first post to anyone who wanna birdwatch. This is the highest point of this track route. In this point, we found the Malay eagle owl or Bubo sumatranus, if you're lucky, of course. When we go down a little bit, we also found, okay, there are so many common bulbul, also hooded bulbul. We also find the Javan hawk eagle in the juvenile state. As you can see from the crest, this is the Javan hawk eagle. Okay, suggestion. The first, further research should be carried out on birds diversity at another areas at Taman Safari Indonesia. And the next research, since we found the Javan hawk eagle in the wild, a study of habitat and distribution of Javan hawk eagle at Taman Safari Indonesia will be conducted in the next year. Okay, thank you for your attention. If you have any question, you can reach me out anytime.
Thank you, Ms. Kanza, for the outstanding presentation. And I really liked the beautiful diversity of the wild birds. Thank you very much. Our next presentation, please welcome Ms. Chunju from Taiwan.
Well, I'm a little bit nervous. I hope you can understand my expressing. My name is Chunru Lin, but you can call me Rola. Yesterday, the presentation mentioned extinction of brand. So you probably heard a mobile brand called Motorola. That's how my name come from. I hope I will not be gone. Okay, I come from Taiwan, and I represent my Liufu theme park. Liufu theme park, we are also located on North Taipei. So maybe a lot of you hear about Taipei Zoo, but we are very close to Taipei Zoo. So next time when you visit Taipei Zoo, please come to visit Liufu Safari Park. We are well known as Liufu Safari Park too. We are established in 1979, which means we are 43 years old. So there also we have abundant resources in our safari park. So here you can see, herbivores. If we choose one of the animal species to represent our park, we'll say rhinos. So because we have over 20 rhinos in our zoo. We also have our breeding station. So we are very proud of our rhino breeding team, because last year we just have exchange rhino to Japan, the Dongwu Zoo. Okay, so and also we have carnivores. So Bengal white tigers, Africa lions. Sure, I'm pretty sure in your zoo you also have those very beautiful carnivores, and also primates. Yes, orangutans, and also the white-handed gibbons. We also exchange animals with different zoos, especially our Taiwanese good partnership. So, sure, we do have our ecological hotels. So it's surrounded by the zoo, by the animals. So, but mostly are herbivores. So it's not like here you have the carnivores, the lions around the restaurants, but we have a lot very cute herbivores, surrounded by the hotels. So which means we have a lot, the varieties of interactive activities with animals. Sure, I think we have also one very special representative, our safari park. We have our organic farm. You probably say, oh yeah, so you produce your own fruit and plantation. Yes, we do, but it cannot meet all what we need, because as a theme park, we have a lot of restaurants. We have a lot cafeterias and a lot consumptions. So it's not enough to meet what we need. But the food we produced to offer our hotels, and a part of the grazing land to offer our herbivores animals. So I think we are very proud, because many years ago I planted the grass to, it's so hot, and it's okay, we can make it. So let's do it. So every day when we harvest the grass, we are always very touched, because our animals can have our own planted vegetables and the grass. So because we talk about the zoo education, so I think it's very common to have all kinds of activities about, like keeper's talk, junior keeper's camp, or animal exhibit display. So I think it's very common in every zoo. But because my background is environmental educator, so which I dedicated in this field for over 30 years, I think it's very important for me to bring the environmental concern to our zoo, to combine with zoo conservation and sustainable education. So, like nowadays, the United Nations always mention SDGs, just like yesterday we said Seaza, but as an environmental educator, I concerned our sustainable development goals. So, but there are so many goals you have to achieve, but it's so hard for us to achieve every goal. So we choose the 2 goals based on our private agency's quality, because one, we produce our own food. So we also have a lot of production. So it's very important to be a responsible consumption and production. So this is goal 12. And also zoo animals is the most important we concerned about, because we are zoo safari. So we always also focus on life, the goal 15, life on land. So combined with SDGs, zoo conservation, and environmental education. So we have those we say course or say programs to co-work, to cooperate with remote schools. I think maybe in your country it's also happened very common, because a lot of people, we just move to the cities, but remote schools, they probably shortage of their resources. So it is important that everyone needs to be educated, and we also need remote countryside people, they concern the environmental they live with. So we create a program. It contains 8 to 10 months, and it's not online, because we think it's another way to show our program. It's face-to-face. Even the COVID-19 periods, we still go to the campus. So we have the fun, interesting activities, because we create a farmer's market. We are not just have lecture. We want the students, they join the scene. Maybe it's not real, but we create the scene. So we focus on the remote schools kids, but not every kids, because the age range, if it's too wide, it's hard to achieve your goals. So we just focus on age 10 to 12, because remote schools, they only have probably like 22 kids. So, but it's very good quality, because you accompany with them for so long time, and you know each other very well. So we create this farmers market. So this is our staff. She plays the bakery owner, and also the school teacher plays the organic farms farmer. But we also have our farms, and we took all the products, no matter from our safari park or from the local product. We let the kids, they plan the dinner. They have to make menu. Okay, what are we going to eat? I want to eat steak. It's good, juicy. Oh, no, but it may be, that's not a good plan, but not good for digest. So, I want meat. Oh, I want vegetable. So kids has to discuss what do they want. But being a judge, we'll just remind them, you need to watch out for your food mileage. Okay, food mileage, which means carbon footprint. How to reduce your carbon footprint, also to make a very healthy, delicious menu. So we create this thing, and all the kids and the teachers, they have to join. They have to participate. And also, have you heard a fish called eel? Eel actually is a migration fish, but it came from all the way from the Pacific Ocean, swim to touched. Then one of the journey stop is Taiwan. So, but most of Taiwanese, we don't know. Even we exported a lot yields to Japan. So, so, sorry, just for example, So, but most of people, we just don't know how the fish or how a piece of steak come to our mouths. So through this course, we share with kids to be aware of our food mileage. So they have to have the role play. So which means you have to play the waves, fisherman, or the pesticides, the factory. They have to go through all the process. Being a EO, have to overcome the difficulties. So it's one of the program we have. Also, which I just mentioned, because we go with the Goal 12, being a responsible consumption. So when kids to pick up the food, they have to ask the farmers, where the rice? How much is the rice? 50 US dollars, 1 kilo. How come can it be so expensive? Because it's organic. It's so good for your health. You should buy it. Okay, so kids will ask a lot of questions and like have more income to know, or input to know, where the food come from. Is not just cheap. Because I think it's hard for us when we always say we need to support the healthy, organic, or certified food, but when it comes, okay, next. Okay, and also we have wildlife protector course. It is important to share, to educate our zoos animal, but also Taiwan's native animal. So like the first presentation talked about, we have our Formosan black bear. So we let kids through the games to know about the diet, the habitat, or the behavior. Also, we have hands-on the crafts. Is it cute? So even the kids, they will make their own crafts. The black bear, and also the teacher will make rhinoceros and all the animals they concerned about. So, but we also have the workshop for teachers. It's not just for kids, because teachers understand what we are saying. Like now you know what I try to let you know. So we have workshop for teachers. And they do enjoy, they immerse at this workshop, and we also have sketch. The teacher will make sketch, okay? So to sketch the Bengal tiger and the rhinos, primates, the impressive part, they will just sketch. So I think it's very touched me because, wow. So, and also another part is to have field trips. Few times, because all the programs we host in the campus, it's all connected to the field trip. That's why we spend so many months to accompany with them. Then kids will visit our farms to pick up our vegetables and to know how we deal with the ecological bugs. Because every day we have many waste were produced. One of the waste is raw food from our kitchen, from our restaurants, from our hotels. So we collected all the raw food and put into the ecological box to compost it. So after it processed, it will become very rich, fertilized to the soil. So, and kids will also to our farm to pick up some vegetables for themselves, for cooking later, or for our animals. So it's very good. It's also like what we mentioned earlier about the food mileage, to aware what do they do. Oh, so field trip to the zoo, and one of the special part is we invite all the kids to visit our rhinos enclosure. Usually we just don't open to the public, but for education reason, it is very important to let kids can be close to observe how many toes, the numbers of the toes, and the characteristic of the body and the rotating ears, so they can know, oh, okay, oh, no wonder it called white rhinoceros. But in Taiwan, we say white rhinoceros. People just confused. But through this so close observing, they can understand very well. And also we'll do the health check. The rhino will stand on the scale to know, oh, okay, good, very healthy. Oh, no, you're too skinny, or you're over the weight. So we'll invite kids go there. Also, we reuse our animal manure because, yeah, not just the raw food were produced every day, but also food, the animals poop. So because we have the fermentation machine, so every day we'll just reuse our the manure to produce ferment into the rich soil to be organic soil, and we give to the squirrels. The squirrel we cooperate because it is very good. It's like cradle to cradle. So I'm glad we go all the process. You're doing the gardening and to have our fertilize the rich soil to mix with in their garden. So it's very meaningful for us and for all the kids. Also, we have the handmade poop paper activities from the rhinos waste. So we'll just have the filtering process, then all the way to get the fibers and to make the hand paper, and they will have later write to themselves. What's my hope to make this earth to be better? So this program we host from the 2018. So it has been like 4 years on. 4 years we have this program to co-work with different schools, and but based on different schools' needs, we'll have different curriculum to be flexible to co-work with them. And thank you for listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lola, for a wonderful presentation. It was very interesting to see how your educational program connected to SDGs. Thank you. I would like to welcome our next presenter, Miss Yandi. Mr. Yandi. I'm sorry. It says Mrs.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anupam Yamdi from Thailand. As a representative
compared to 10.99 for private zoos. Okay, so here is just some examples of some signs that we saw. So this is some signs in some government zoos. So the government zoos actually included a lot of QR codes. So here, and then you have it. To be honest, not very surprising because they did not have many foreigners visit there. And then we have an example from a private zoo. So you can see on the left, you've got only the sign in the blue on the top that just says the species name, an Oriental pied hornbill. And then we have another sign here in a private zoo, but it's in Thai only. But this was quite surprising because this zoo had a majority of the visitors who are foreigners, so mainly English-speaking, Russian and Chinese. And then we have some signs from the accredited zoos. So for we have two beautiful signs, a lot of colour, a lot of information on their conservation status. And the south also had the species name in Malay, being next to the Malaysia border. And then the third sign in paper, black and white, this is a temporary sign at an exhibit. I think it had been there for about a year, but I understand it was a temporary sign. So how the different attributes that were scored, how they're listed in rank order. So you can see that the species name scored highest, and then the inclusion of the Thai legal status scored the lowest. So the Thai legal status basically indicates whether that a species is protected or not. And this table also shows the significant differences between the three zoo types. So you can see again that the accredited zoos scored significantly better than the private and the DNP government zoos on the language of the sign. So being in Thai and English, and also the quality of the language, the quality of the translation. Information on the distribution and the inclusion of the conservation status. So actually only a third of signs overall included an accurate conservation status. And both accredited zoos and government zoos scored significantly better than private zoos on the inclusion of a photo and information on behaviour, biology and habitat. And here's just some examples. So this, the photo on the left was actually the lowest scoring exhibit in an accredited zoo. But I have to say, when you see, oh, really? Okay. And then this is a beautiful aviary in an accredited zoo, very large. You can see it's got nice substrate, vegetation, etc. And then we have the worst scoring exhibit from a private zoo. So you've got a reeved hornbill in this cage here. As you can see, it's completely inappropriate. And then we have a mixed species exhibit in a private zoo here. And then we have some examples from the DNP government zoo. So you have a really nice mixed species exhibit there. And again, quite a barren exhibit here for some Oriental pied hornbills. Okay, and then... Okay, so this slide just shows you the relationship between the So what does it mean? Why is there a difference? One explanation is the different organisational priorities and objectives of zoos. So the study, the private zoos in our study, clearly for the most part did not prioritise educational welfare. And are profit-driven. So you can see this lovely photo here. We have a tiger enclosure right next to a barren great hornbill exhibit. And perhaps private zoos didn't view education as necessary if they believed that people only visit their facilities for interactions with big cat selfies, etc. Maybe they didn't think it was important, or perhaps they don't think it's necessary. But obviously, like, this is in a Thai context, so I want to point out that there are many private zoos that do prioritise welfare and education. And for the government zoos, for the DNP zoos, we have to remember that these have a very functional role. Okay, so they receive a lot of the confiscated wildlife. Meaning that collection planning is a lot more difficult for them, and the allocation of species-specific exhibits. They've also received significant budget cuts, so perhaps they don't have the cash to finance exhibit upgrades, and the focus is more on providing perhaps the day-to-day care needed for the animals. But the accredited zoos, the ZPO2 zoos, clearly provided much better signage and welfare, and probably, it's again the management objectives of that, and they are accountable to standards by the zoo association, such as Seaza. And they also have education departments, which is really helpful, and you can clearly see the difference. And I will just very quickly say that I will just give you an example here. It's in a private zoo, but you've got a great hornbill and a wreathed hornbill here. So imagine that you are a normal zoo visitor and you go there and your kid asks you, "Oh, Mum, what's that bird?" But you don't actually know which bird is which because there's no photo on there. And you can also see that it's in a very barren exhibit, nothing remotely similar to its natural environment. So what I would like to add, the question I would like to ask is, what kind of educational experience do you think that visitors can take away from this zoo visit? Okay. And to conclude, I would just like to say that I think it's our responsibility as zoos to provide effective education to visitors that walk through our doors. And that exhibit signage, although it is some people discount signage saying that not many people read it, it is a basic but really important part of zoo education. And it's also our responsibility to provide good welfare for our animals and understand that aside from it being our obligation to provide good care to the animals in our care, it does better meet global conservation goals through more effective conservation education. And finally, the implementation of zoo standards and encouraging non-accredited zoos to consider working towards accreditation are really important steps in improving quality within zoos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Forage. It was quite interesting to see the quantified analysis on the signature. Thank you. Okay, we have next presentation. Please, I would like to invite Dr. Shai Ben Ami, presenting planning your facilities education as a part of the overall master plan.
Hello. I will wait for my presentation. Great, thank you. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. It's really good to see you all here. I think you'll see that my presentation is very connected to yours. So, education in zoos. From the opening of the London Zoo in 1828, education became a key role in modern zoos. It took a while to really kick in, but as you can see, there's today a lot of different ways that people learn in zoos. And different ways, if it's engaging the exhibit or the animals, or being taught by the guides and the zoo workers. And of course, the keeper talks and the shows that are today part of zoos all around the world. And interpretation, which is very important. You can see here on the right side a very nice tiger interpretation from Germany, which I think it's just great to see it. And on the left, another sign from Copenhagen. So master plans. Master plans is a process. I went to the Encyclopedia of Zoos. I don't know if you know the Encyclopedia of World Zoos, and it says that master planning foresees the coordinated physical development of many separate facilities and functions of a zoological park in order to guide growth and control the final outcome. The term comprehensive planning is sometimes used to describe fully integrated planning process that combines physical, financial, and operations planning. Collection planning guides the management of living collections in animal plants. And I found that sentence very interesting. Zoos may also have educational or conservation master plans. So that's used to be it's older book, so I guess today it will be part of it. But we think or we believe that master planning should be a bit different. In master plans and new exhibit, we think that it is often included as an after out rather than the driver of the design of the facility or animal collection planning, and we think it should be the opposite. It should be different. So we suggest actually that establishing first the educational goals of the facility or the exhibit and building everything else around it. Use the animal collection and design as a tool for education rather than adding some educational messages on top of the design. And I'm sure a lot of you know, especially educators, that right in the end they call you to put a few signs together and says, oh, now it's educational. So we actually believe that the right way, so we actually believe that the right way to do it is actually to start with the education, to understand what you want to say, and then put things around it. So the way that we learned that, we all worked in zoos for many years, and when we needed to build the Israel Aquarium, we were 3 people in the group core, the zoologist, Dr. Noam Werner, I was the educator, today I'm already Dr. Shai Ben-Ami, and the development director, Nicole Wexler, and we all worked to coordinate the architect, the management of this, and the zoo board, the scientific community, the designers, and the donors. So we were in the middle of all of those people. And what we did, we created an education plan. It was a document, something like 75 pages, that what we want to say, what exactly do we want to do, and I will show you some examples. So for example, you see on your left the name of the exhibit. In the middle, you can see the exhibit itself and what exactly do we want to say in it. And on the right, we had different ways to develop it more. So that was the idea, and you can see another one. For example, the Israel Aquarium is focusing on the Israeli different seas. So we have the Dead Sea, for example. This is a dry exhibit. It's not without an animal. Today they changed it, I know. But so in the left you can see the animals. In the middle, what we want to say about it, and on the right, the different way that it can look like. So. Goals. How to identify educational goals? First of all, we have local conservation. So I put here a few pictures of animals that are in Israel are very important. The Persian fallow deer, you can see them in the wild when Nicole stands. And then you have the Eurasian otter that used to be very common in Israel. Now we have around 100 in the wild. So participation in international conservation, identification of weaknesses in the local community's environmental awareness, develop ways to encourage environmentally friendly actions, and awareness of the importance of biodiversity. Develop several key messages and develop the zoological collection and design of the facility around these goals. This will also affect guided tours, activities, and so on. This will clarify the skills that are required by the staff members and assist recruiting efficiently. So you can see 2 examples from the River Safari in Singapore on the right, and then from London Zoo on the left, and I think that gives you a nice overview of it. In the aquarium, we did it a bit differently. We did this is the aquarium map, and what we did, that in order to make it a bit clearer for us, I know it doesn't look like clear, but when you get closer it looks clearer, we actually did every wall that we want to put something on it, every place that we wanted to explain something, and then we managed to make sure that there's only signs when there's no reflection. So if you, I don't know, sometimes people put signs wherever they see, but then they come and then instead of looking at the animal, you see the reflection of the sign, which is not a good thing. So what we did is we managed to put all the signage and all the things that we wanted to say around the aquarium. Another thing that is important is technology in Israel is very known for the high tech. So although educational methods can include technology, care should be taken that it is effective technology. The key is an interactive activities which can range from very simple yet engaging experiences, as you can see on the left, so a touch screen, to a far more immersive experience depending on the budget. And on the right side, this wall that you see here, we called it the commitment wall, and people could take a picture of themselves. They had to put their email, that's how we could get their emails, and then they can see their face on the map, on this 100 photos on the wall, which made them committed to the seas of Israel. And then we were able to send them, once in a while, we could send them information about what we do in the aquarium and activities that they can do outside of the aquarium. For example, guide sea turtles, to see sea turtles, sharks. We have a few places you can see sharks in Israel because of warm water, so that was an idea. I'm almost done. It's a short presentation, but I think that today there are a lot of good and very quality materials. So on the left, you can see that the social change for conservation that IZE together with WASA published. I think it's a very, very good material. And on the right, the education master plan from the central zoos in India. Again, both materials are very good and they're available for free online, which I think is important for people who are dealing with education to see how it's done elsewhere in the world. The left one of the IZE gives so many examples from all around the world and gives you ideas, and I think that that's very important as we would like to learn from other people, but also make sure that we do it in a nice way. So thank you for listening. I hope you had an interesting presentation. Visit us in our booth, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Ami, for very outstanding presentation. I find it very interesting in your strategic planning in education. Thank you very much. Okay, next presentation is actually our last presentation. Please welcome Miss. I'm sorry, Raja, from Taman Safari.
Thank you.
How to use this? Just you must hold this, and then this is proceed. So you want, if you want to, next slide.
This one.
Yeah, this one. Go back, and then this is the pointer.
Oh, okay. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. What I'd like to present to you today is the importance of conservation education outreach for youth and engagement with partners for Taman Safari's Javanese eagle conservation effort. Today's topic is of particular interest to those of you who concerned at conservation education, especially for young generation. According to the Seaza et al. 1998, the symbol of Indonesia named Garuda is inspired by the Javanese eagle. This eagle is only an animal that only found in Java Island, Indonesia. But unfortunately, their population is getting decreased. It caused by several factors, such as poaching, illegal logging, illegal trading, and habitat destruction. The numbers in the world is only estimated between 300 and 500 individuals. So that's why their conservation status is endangered species. The Latin name of this eagle is Nisaetus bartelsi. This was taken from an ornithologist named M.E.G. Bartels. M.E.G. Bartels, he is the one who found first Javanese eagle in Cimungkat Forest, Java Island. M.E.G. Bartels is a German, and he is a scientist who focuses on ornithology, and he is an eminent ornithologist. He has a passion for collecting animal specimens, particularly birds and other animals, and is represented in the Bartels family collection, which is now housed at the National Museum of Natural History Leiden, and the Bartels work will eventually be displayed at the Center of Education for Javanese Eagle Conservation in Cimungkat. In Indonesia, an institution responsible to take care of endangered animals, especially Javanese eagle, is Taman Safari Indonesia. As a conservation institution, Taman Safari Indonesia has 4 important roles, namely conservation, education, research, and recreation. For this conservation issue, Taman Safari Indonesia has succeeded in breeding the Javanese eagle since 2016. Taman Safari Indonesia has been a cooperation institution, conservation institution, cooperated with PT Smelting and supported by the Ministry of Forestry of Indonesia. By holding the Javanese eagle conservation program by ex-situ, and some of heads of successful ex-situ breeding program have prepared for the releasing program to the wild. This is held to support the sustainable conservation of the species. And there are 2 kinds of activities that we did to prepare the releasing program of Javanese eagle to the wild. So the first one is habitat assessment, and the second one to raising the public awareness. And the raising public awareness is related to the second roles of conservation institution, which is education. So as for the education function, Taman Safari Indonesia has tried to hold several activities to build awareness among society regarding conservation. And as a modern zoo, we do an education to support both ex-situ and in-situ side. Ex-situ education is the process of education outside the habitat, which involves signage making and keeper talk, while in-situ education is the process of education inside the habitat, which involves visiting the conservation site and also exploring to also raise public awareness. So that's why Taman Safari Indonesia decided to do the conservation education through the socialization program, and we focus on the suburban student around the native habitat of Javanese eagle, and we decided to take a place at the Center of Education for Javanese Eagle Conservation in Cimungkat, Sukabumi, West Java. So why Cimungkat becoming the best place to do the conservation education? We will provide you 4 reasons to answer this question. First of all, I would like to explain that Cimungkat is a location within Gunung Gede Pangrango National Park. This national park is also a core area of Cibodas Biosphere Reserve, which is recognized by the United Nations World Organization through UNESCO. And the second reason, which had been mentioned previously, that this area is a native habitat and the rehabilitation center for the Javanese eagle. And the third one, historically, this place is where the Bartels family had lived, sought by the funerals that now reconstructed into a museum. And the last reason, the government as well as private sectors often initiate to hold conservation effort by optimize the land function of national park by optimizing as a tourism and education where people can come to visit and learn at the same time about the species. Now I'm going to show you where is exactly the Cimungkat itself. So this is the Indonesian map. This one, the Java Island map. As we can see together on the screen, this is the Education Center for Conservation of Javan Hawk Eagle within the Gunung Gede Pangrango National Park. Let's now take a look at the objective of this conservation education. So the first, to influence people's education and knowledge about the Javan Hawk Eagle. The second one, to strengthen the community awareness, the importance of conserving Javan Hawk Eagle. The third, to encourage about conservation efforts of Javan Hawk Eagle. The fourth, to do the socialization of Javan Hawk Eagle releasing program. And the last, to introduce the Javan Hawk Eagle ambassador. So there are several activities that we did. We tried to create the fun and interesting activities because our participants were about from elementary school. During the journey, the participants will be guided by the educators. And interestingly, the educators were not only from Taman Safari Indonesia, but we also collaborate with the local guide and also the government. Starting with the activity of exploring the Cimungkat forest, and the educators asked some questions related to the Javan Hawk Eagle on the Signage Interactive. And after that, we invite the participants to join the game. The game trains the togetherness of each group, and after completing the game, the participants were directed to enter the information center room. There was an educator given explanation about the Javan Hawk Eagle from their morphology, behavior, reproduction, the distribution of eagle in Indonesia, and the traits of Javan Hawk Eagle itself. We also already provide a science support as a form of commitment from the participants to take an action and contribute in Javan Hawk Eagle conservation. In addition, there was also the keeper talk and educational presentations. So we brought two kinds of eagle from Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor, Javan Hawk Eagle and whistling kite. So we can see the difference between these birds about their morphology or characteristic and about how these two kinds eagle hunt in the wild. The interactive educational presentation were given and all participants encouraged to take a part during the process. And also there was the introducing the Javan Hawk Eagle ambassador, namely Elja. And in fact, Elja is our first hatch of successful ex situ breeding program in conservation institution, which is Taman Safari Indonesia Bogor. This one of activities to build awareness among society about the essential of endangered animal conservation, especially Javan Hawk Eagle. The conservation take the whole parties to cooperate so we can have collaborative program. We are all in this together. We also enhance the educational function by optimize or refurbishing the information center room. So for instance, we create the interactive signage like this. In conclusion, the socialization of Javan Hawk Eagle conservation aims to educate societies regarding the importance of endangered species existence as the part of nature heritage. Moreover, hopefully this can be the medium to build society's awareness to have a sustainable relationship between human and the nature, particularly endangered animals. So everyone encouraged to take care of the endangered animal, especially Javan Hawk Eagle, and disseminate it to the next generation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rina, for wonderful work on the presentation. And I would like to congratulate on you on the successful conservation education outreach program for the beautiful bird of prey. Thank you. Okay, we are so ahead of the schedule, and this is this is our last presentation. I would like to invite all the presenters for the section for the questions and answer session. Okay, so let's start our question and answer session. Is there any question? Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mia. I'm from PKBSI. I want to ask for Mbak Halisa. Yeah. So I appreciate TSE for conducted research on habitat assessment for birds and raptor, because this research mostly conducted in national parks. Yeah. But as this research result is effective for educational, I want to make sure something. So the first is it true that Perinci Hill type is temperate forest? Can I have a discuss? Yeah.
Yes, we have some various type of habitat in Taman Safari, and one of them is Perinci Hills is more temperate forest rather than the pine forest area or another area in Taman Safari.
Yeah. So because I don't have any experience to hear temperate forest, maybe we can check it because I think it's more like deciduous forest. Yeah, because in Java we don't have any temperate forest, but I think we can check about it. And for diversity index, I really want to know why you choose to compare all the three habitats using a diversity index.
Okay, using the diversity index, we can compare the diversity point of those three habitats, and we choose the highest diversity. So we can make the tourists that come for birdwatching program saw the more birds will be found in the highest diversity point in the habitat.
Yeah, because I think we have to know that mostly researcher in Indonesia is wrong to know about the diversity index, because from what I know, we can compare the three habitats that TSE used for the research because the habitat is already different. So we can compare the low and then height and then maybe medium or something else for different habitats. If we use the like classes of low, height, and medium in one habitat, I think it's okay. But because it's conclude in three different habitats, yeah, maybe I think it's not true, because of course this result gonna use in ecotourism, right? You use for
That's
the
right.
suggestion. Misunderstood conclusion for mostly research in Indonesia. I think we can learn by that. So I don't want what we want to educating people is something wrong information that we have to, and I don't think that we then have to say that habitat A is more high than habitat B. Yeah, it's just my suggestion.
I get it.
Because we have to educating people on something, right?
Yeah, I get it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my question is for Alyssa as well.
Okay.
So have you tried your program with any guests? And
Not yet.
No? Okay, then if not, how would you sell your program?
Okay,
Yeah.
that's why we do the primarily research first, and now this program is rechecking with the marketing team for determining the price and so on. So after that, we're gonna launch the prototype program. After that, I can tell you how the visitors will they enjoy this birdwatching program or not, or there's anything else to improve.
And is this program mainly for locals or for like foreign tourists?
No, if you want to come out to Taman Safari, I will be glad to,
Okay,
to serve
awesome.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my question's for Rola. I just wanted to know whether there was any use of education regarding plastics within your program and plastic pollution and recycling of plastics and that kind of thing.
Yes, because based on we have like at least 8 to 10 times curriculum class, so we not only just focus on footprint, but also we have a class to share with kids how to choose our products wisely in our daily life, like reduce, reuse, about how to, and also how to reuse our like plastic. So recycle, and also it's a recycle part, and also we focus on responsible consumption, like how to buy a product with a good icon, like FSC, Forest Stewardship Council, I forgot, FSC products. So our course try to let kids can be useful in your daily life, not just talk about the topic that's too far away from their life. So from the life, reduce, reuse, recycle. So it's all included, but also connected to animal lives. It's also very important because that's what our zoos goes. Like everything, everyone is all connected with each other. It's Earth's global village. So yeah, thank you.
To be honest, I haven't seen any signs that have contained too much information. Perhaps, but there's been issues with how it's been presented. Perhaps there's been chunks of text that are large that could have been broken up better. But I personally am of the view that there's not too much information on science. So I didn't see that in my study. Thank you.
Hello. I'd like to offer a provocation. The example I'm going to use is aquarium, but it's not limited to aquarium. Recently went to a new aquarium that was beautiful. The exhibits were beautiful, interspecies, tanks, very well done. And then on the opposite wall is a description of the degradation of the environment. Now, I felt a contradiction between these beautiful, pristine exhibits and what was being offered in terms of signage or information about the environment. And I'm wondering, and like we go to the zoos here today, they're all beautifully clean and well managed. I wanted to see an exhibit with the derelict nets, plastic bottles, all the rubbish in which the turtles and fish and animals are actually living today. I have yet to see a zoo that actually provided me with that.
Okay, so I would like to say that there's a few zoos and aquariums that do the exact thing. Actually, in the Israel aquarium, we put plastic bags right next to jellyfish in order to show how why they look alike and how sharks and turtles, sea turtles, can mistaking them. But there's a few zoos and aquariums that present, for example, I don't remember which zoo was it that showed, I think London, that showed the Malawi fish, and then they showed how the empty Victoria looks like with no fish, to show what happens when you overfish. So there's a lot of places that show exactly that, but you have to remember that also people want to see and not constantly think everything is bad. They want to see why they need to conserve it, and they need to see how the variety of it. And then usually what they will feel is that, oh, I want to conserve it. That's usually the effect of people, according to literature at least. So I think that I understand what you're saying, but you need to remember that people go to zoos not just to be educated. The education is how we want them to understand that outside there is a world that needs to be conserved. And I just want to add something to what you said about information. And I think that's it happens usually in places where you have more than one language. So when you have more than one language, it sometimes it looks overwhelming. If you have, for example, in the Israel Aquarium, we had 3 languages, Hebrew, English, and Arabic. So it was overwhelming sometimes, and we had to make it very short in order to not overwhelm our crowd, especially because in aquariums it's dark and you cannot read much. So there is too much information can happen.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for the
Okay. Give a big applause again to all the presenter and also the chair session on this session. To all honorable presenter and also the chair session, please stay because we would like to give you ceremonial gift. Okay, now let's have a photo sessions. Yeah, from our staff. Okay, once again, everybody, please big applause to all the presenters kindly visited. Yeah, to all honorable presenter and chair session kindly visited. Dear ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, the attendees are welcome to coffee break around 20 minutes. Once again, the next session is coffee break around 20 minutes. And after the coffee break, we have several workshops. First, Seaza Nutrition Network will be held at Jaguar Room. And also animal welfare and ethics will be held at Leopold. And also the last one is Seaza Species Management and Collection Plan will be held in this place, Agung Room. Once again, after the coffee break, around 20 minutes, we have several workshops. First is Seaza Nutrition Network will be held at Jaguar at Umar Restaurant, Jaguar Room at Umar Restaurant. Animal welfare and ethics will be held at Leopard Room at Umar Restaurant. And the last one is Seaza Species Management and Collection Plan will be held in this room, Agung Room. And it's only for Seaza member. So everybody, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the next session is coffee break around 20 minutes. Please gather in every room for the workshop after the coffee breaks. Also, I have some announcement. On 24th November, there will be shuttle bus to the airport. Please come to registration desk to register. And also, today we have workshop 2. If you are not registered yet, please register now at registration desk if you want to attend the workshop. Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy your coffee break.
check, 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 check. Check, check,